actually miss it. Like, I love working in like. My driver's license, don't I? Bye.
Hey, David.
Hello, Scotty. I'm here.
Yeah.
It's just the two of us so far.
It is just the two of us. That's okay. I think Russ
I have to.
and Sergio are going to join us again.
Good. Anyway, I think that the mount is finally working, and I've got the last 3 nights I've gotten good readings on.
Oh, that's great.
On
That's
the
awesome.
star after 6 months, and it seems to be pretty steady right now.
Awesome. That's good.
Yeah, great.
So are you still using the Schmidt camera?
Not with film, no.
So I know not with film, but you had
Yeah,
that.
with the CCD, yeah.
You're still
The
using it.
Schmidt camera, yeah, but not a whole lot. But I am still using it.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Sergio's with us.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. Like
Hello,
Jerry joined us
Sergio.
too.
Hi, Jerry.
Hold on, let's have a little fun here.
Okay.
Hey, I just signed on. I want to say hello to David. I hadn't talked to him in a little bit. I still want to get up with you. I know you were having some issues with something that we need to correct.
We don't need to correct them anymore. I've figured it out, and the mount is working fine now.
Oh, great. That's awesome.
I just worked on it, played around, changed some settings, and it finally started to work, Jerry.
Oh, good.
Oh, look at this hat. Oh my God. Sergio, you got to wear this hat. You do not take it off. Okay.
Well, let me just get rid of that weird background because you can't see that.
Weird background. Your volume sounds a little low, Sergio.
There you go.
Can you?
All right.
That's a little bit better.
Probably
Now,
gonna.
Do you wear that to your favorite tiki bar or
I wear this when I'm drinking at my friend's pool.
your friend's pool? Okay.
Anyway, Jerry, I want to thank you for your help because it finally is working now.
Good. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Now you'll notice on this this countdown thing I have going on, it says time for your latitude adjustment. That is actually, I mean, it's a saying that they say at the Winter Star Party. You know, get your latitude adjustment. And
That's Jimmy Buffett song. Changes in latitude. Changes.
Yeah. But they use it at Winter Star Party too. Sergio, your volume on your microphone's pretty low. I don't know
I
why.
haven't changed it from yesterday.
No idea why.
That's all right. That's all right, Sergio. Scott was having
I don't
problems.
change anything and everything changes. So, you know.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's weird.
Scott was having problems today with the
I was too. And I didn't change a thing
Test
from
1, 2,
yesterday.
test. Okay, let me see. Give me a little more juice here.
That sounds better. Actually, if
There you
you're
go.
maybe it wants you to be closer to it or something. I don't know.
How does this sound? Hey, my friends on the Winter Star Party. ¿Cómo estás?
Oh, okay. I'm happy that it's day 2, so we're in the middle. We're almost in the middle of the Winter Star Party right now. So usually day 2, I don't know. That was always my favorite day at being at Winter Star Party was day 2. you know, because you're
It's the
settled
day when
in.
all the craziness happens. I mean, everybody knows that.
And that's true, because your telescope's all set up.
Are we on? Are we online?
You go
yet?
down and get in trouble after that. So
Are we online yet or not?
we are online. They're hearing every word you
Okay,
say.
so let me not say what I was gonna say.
Yeah, don't say that. That's right. This is a family show. Okay.
It's the day that Tim Khan just loses his man.
Of course, we've all had fun at Winter Star Party, but we've all had experiences at Winter Star Party too. So, but look, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Russ Brick just sent me a message back that he's having dinner, which is fine. Russ has had a busy day today. He's had a very busy day.
Yeah.
And I said he could join us later. So we're going to.
I've had a more busy day than Russ. Okay.
Okay.
I was like trying to take a nap and I couldn't.
That's true. Okay. We're going to get started.
Man, I was filming airplanes under the hot sun. Ooh, Explore Alliance. How fancy.
Yay, it's the pre-show.
Welcome to the Winter Star Party. Tonight, spinning Scott Roberts with David Levy and Jerry Hubel.
Hubel. Hubble. Somebody misspelled Jerry's name.
Jerry Hubble? Ooh, as in Hubble telescope?
It's well, it's spelled a little bit differently, but actually, Sergio, he is related to the Hubble. Yeah,
Edmund Hubble?
Yeah. I don't know why he's not talking right now. So maybe he's not really with us, just his name.
That's what I do with the Zoom
He is
meetings
muted, Scotty.
He's muted. He's muted and his video's turned off too. So
a lot of people are gonna wish that from me pretty soon. I wish he was muted and his videos turned off.
So, David, when was the last time you were at Winter Star Party?
Probably 95.
In
I think I know I was there in 95, right after the impacts of Shoemaker leaving 9 with Jupiter.
Yeah.
I think that was probably the last time I was there.
Jesus, I was a zygote.
Yeah.
What kind of a goat were you?
And I would like to come
Gen
back.
X or something? I don't know.
No,
You know,
Jesus Christ. God, no, man. That was no.
But anyhow,
I was already an old man at the time.
David, I'm gonna have to drag you along to Winter Star Party again. So it'll be a lot of fun.
Hope so, but interesting. You know, it's one of the things I love about it is that you can see the Southern Cross there, and I think it's the only major star party that you can see the Southern Cross from.
Oh.
It's a great idea, and I think it's also a good idea that an astronomy club should be named the Southern Cross Club or the Southern Cross Astronomical Society.
Yeah, I think that is a good idea.
Don't you think it's a good idea?
Not a bad idea. I think we're going to try that. I think we're going to take you up on that.
So here's the deal. Next year is the 100th anniversary of the Southern Cross Astronomical Society. So I think that's a fantastic thing to celebrate. Sergio, being that you are all into tiki, okay, and you're getting me like addicted to like those beautiful tiki mugs and stuff. I think that there should be a 100th anniversary Southern Cross Southern Cross Astronomical Society tiki mug. What do you think?
That might not be a bad idea.
Not a bad idea. Maybe I help you. Maybe we collaborate on that. That might be fun.
That would be nice. You know,
that would be fun. Okay,
that'll be good.
All right. Yeah, I don't know how many people. Well, let me just ask. You know, in our audience, how many of you have ever had a tiki experience? You know, so because it is an experience, it's a culture. You know, and Sergio knows a lot about it. So
yeah, and it's not those tiki bars out in the Keys. You know, it's not that kind of tiki.
Oh, that's right.
Just the tiki, you know, with the culture that goes with it, the whole Polynesian.
It's not just
it's actually all made up anyways, because
that's
it was
right. It's full of good things.
On the beachcomber back in the 30s.
Right. Right.
I've had a Tukey
escapism
experience.
for people coming back from the
war.
war.
The Tukey experience comes from Canada.
Tukey.
Where I put on a toque in the wintertime.
A toque.
Tuque. Tuque.
Toque.
And,
Is
that
that
keeps
like
you
you know,
warm.
like a Roman thing?
No, it's a hat.
It's a hat.
called a
That's
toque.
that's a chef hat.
And it's what you put on in Quebec in the winter nights, and that keeps you warm. And
Oh,
you bring them down to the Winter Star Party and keeps you warm down there too.
yeah. Now, does it
Sometimes
look
it's not
like
very
Sergio's
cool
hat
down here?
or no?
The what?
Does it look like Sergio's hat? Is this like a toque hat or no?
No,
This
it's,
year for the
doesn't
Winter
quite
Star
look like
Party.
a
Let me
toque.
give you the Winter Star Party weather update for this year.
Okay.
Let's see. Tonight would have been night 2.
Yes. It is night 2.
It is night 2. Right now, we would have been getting our telescopes ready to view. The weather's really nice down here tonight.
Yeah.
See, Marathon. Let me see what the weather's down there, because it's a little warmer down there than where I'm at.
Yes.
All right. So this week, tonight would have been totally clear, right?
Yeah.
With a low of 71 and a high of 79.
Wow.
And pretty much the whole week is like that.
So at night, the low is going to be 71 degrees.
71, yeah, and 72. And
Folks, it's
69 in the daytime.
snowing outside my window right now. Okay.
Oh, really?
It's really cold in Arkansas.
And every day, just partly cloudy or totally cloudy, very, very little chance of rain, except for Sunday, which looks like there might be a front coming by, but it ain't going to do much damage. And Sunday's supposed to be like a 50% chance of rain. So breaking down is going to be terrible.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I would recommend getting out
After all
after
that
the door.
fun, breaking down will be okay, you know.
Yeah. I
That's all right.
recommend getting out after the door prizes.
Just immediately after.
Yeah.
But you're running door prizes. You ran them every day, right? For the Winter Star Party, at least.
Yeah, we are. Instead of bunching them up together in a speech under 90-degree weather with a hot sun.
Yeah.
You can get them. We're spreading them out over the 4 nights. So
I think that's cool.
I think tonight we only have 5 though. We only have
5
like
door prizes? That's a
5
lot.
tonight, and then tomorrow I think we have 7, and then like 8 or 9 on the last night.
Oh, wow. That's cool. That's great.
Including the grand prizes, which I won both of them. I can't believe it. It's amazing how this thing
It
works.
is amazing. It is amazing. All right. So to the audience, okay, this is a program put together by the Southern Cross Astronomical Society. This is an educational outreach program. We're here to have fun, but we want to show the world how awesome the community of amateur astronomers are. Okay, and so that means we'd love for each one of you that's watching to share, subscribe, like, whatever channel you're on. Please share this experience. It's important. They've put a lot of effort into this, and we're happy that Southern Cross Astronomical Society has done this. Sergio himself, the grand poobah of the WSP experience right now.
I don't know, man.
Is with us.
Tim might get a little. You say that Tim might get a little, testy.
Tim's not here, right? So,
I don't know. He might be watching.
I don't know. Tim is actually he is definitely. If you're the grand poobah, he's the king, right? So there you go.
He's the director of the whole thing.
That's right. There you go. So
and then
he's done a great job for many, many, many years, as you can see by the legacy videos. He's been around for a long time. And so
I was working on night 3 last night.
Yeah.
And wait till the end of night 3. You'll see good old Tim Kahn about 20 years ago. He was a sprite little young buck.
Does he look any different than he does now? I mean, the guy never
man, he didn't have no white hairs. He was like kind of skinny,
Scott should talk.
He was a nice looking kid.
Scott should talk. He's the one that looks the same as he's ever done. He looks like he's 16.
I'm getting some white hairs here. There's a couple there.
10 years ago, he looked like he was 16 years old.
Oh, it's the bane of my life. That's true. Looking too young, Hey, looking 4 or 5 years younger is okay, but looking like you're still in high school when you're 30, okay, that's freakish. Okay, so and that was my life, that's for sure. Okay, so we have about 15 minutes left here before we actually start the program. Sergio, what was special about day 2 for you on putting this program together?
You know, it's all a blur right now, man, because I've been doing this thing for like the last 3 days.
Now, I did put up the schedule.
Let me see what the rundown for day 2 was, that I can probably, just kind of refresh my mind a little bit.
Okay.
Because I was working on day 3 last night, so I just have day 3 on my mind right now.
Okay.
So the Dean Regas Astroarchaeology. That's really good, actually. I like that one.
Okay, good.
Andy Campbell. We have the Andy Campbell from down south in Australia. He let us borrow a presentation that he made for a star party down there, or for something down there, and that's really cool. A lot of people probably don't know Andy Campbell because he's down south, but he's a great astrophotographer, and he's got beautiful photos that you'll be watching tonight.
That's good.
I mean, they're Hubble-esque.
Yeah.
Very, very good stuff. What else do we have here? Oh, we got Don Parker.
Oh, this is going to be awesome.
Planetary imaging in general, and it's funny because this was like some time ago. This is one of our older talks that we're showing.
Yeah.
But it's all very, Don Parker was such a good planetary observer that there's a lot to learn there, even though it's an old presentation. Optics don't change. Observing techniques are still very, very, very much the same as they were back in the day.
Yes, that's true.
And learning from him is one of the best to learn from. We also have the Doria Observatory dedication.
Right.
So you can see when we
Russ was on earlier today talking about the Doria Observatory, so that's very cool. And Tippy was there for that, as I recall.
He was there for that, yeah, and he speaks about that. Now that was today, right? Was that? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it's at the end of the day today, so it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be nice.
It's just like they all just become one into another for me. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Let me see something here really quick.
And I think that
okay, good. Yeah, okay. For some reason I just had to look really quick at day 3, because for some reason you're telling me that. I was thinking, I thought I saw that at the end of day 3, but no, it was just day 2.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I'm a little burnt, man. I'm a little burnt.
Yeah. I also want to say too, Sergio, you did a great job. You were on camera for many of the segments. You guys went down to the site ahead of time and filmed a bunch of stuff so we could get the feel for it. It's a beautiful site. It's a great place to go, especially it's so cold right now. I wish I could just fly to Miami and drive down to the Florida Keys, and just set up and enjoy that warm weather and those incredible skies. So
yeah, for you guys up north, I'm sorry. I mean, somebody has to go and do that.
Yeah, it was terrible for you, I know.
Oh man, and you know what? And then since I'm down there, it's terrible. I have to eat stone crabs.
Oh yeah, that's tough. Aren't they hard? Like,
yeah, they're a little hard, and you gotta
chip a tooth on a stone crab,
and dip them in mustard sauce. It's just terrible, terrible.
Yeah, I'm feeling more and more terrible all the time. So.
Yeah.
Anyways, no, that's great. Well, I wanted to introduce to all of you that are watching right now, and maybe this is the first time you've watched our programs from the Explore Alliance, but we're happy to bring to do the simulcasting for the Winter Star Party. We are on the Southern Cross Astronomical Facebook page, the Winter Star Party Facebook page. We're also on the SCAS/WSP YouTube page, as well as all the Explore Scientific and Explore Alliance channels. We are also broadcasting live on the homepage of cloudynights.com and on Mount Wilson's Facebook page. They're kind enough to share this, as well as the Astronomical League, who's also been at the Winter Star Party many times and supports the Winter Star Party's activities, at least in spirit, so. But David Levy has been my friend and mentor and inspiration for many, many years. Was lucky enough to meet him way back in the late 80s. It's the first time I met him. And then we became friends in the early 90s. And we have been friends ever since. David is, he's an amazing author, an incredible lecturer. He's someone that brings a poetic beauty to all the star parties he goes to and all the lectures he gives, because he often will find just the right words to say and the right poetry to read. And he is a friend to astronomers everywhere. He has written recently his autobiography, which is a fantastic read. And you know, David is he's still going strong. He still goes out and observes nightly. Every clear night, he's still searching for comets, and that's what he loves to do. And we love that you're on right now, David. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Scotty and Sergio. And thank you, Wendy. Wendy joins me in
Wendy, I can
adding
hear
our
her clapping in the
welcome.
background.
I heard that.
Yeah, in offering our welcome to all of you. And we're hoping that we're going to have a good time on this virtual star party. Could you imagine if the coronavirus had hit, say, in 1960, and we had a winter star party back then, and we didn't have Zoom, and we had to do conference calls or something that would have been frightfully expensive.
Yes.
And I think that the ability that we have to join together online is saving this. I hope to get back there in person at some time in the future. And I know that a lot of the presentations tonight and a lot of the reasons that a lot of you are going down would go down there would be astrophotography. And you're going to get to see a lot of astrophotographs, even online. But my message is a little bit different. It comes from not from the picture that one can take, although I do take a lot of pictures of celestial objects. And as Jerry Hubble knows, I've just been able to get my the mount that Explore has sent to me over a year ago to work reliably, and I'm really, really pleased about that it's working now. And thank you, Jerry.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
Enormous
that.
help in doing that.
Thank you.
My poetic contribution tonight is going to be from one of my very favorite poets, Alfred Lord Tennyson. And you know, I did get a doctorate from the Hebrew University back in 2010. And I think one of the major uses of that has been the astronomical poetry that I've been able to contribute to the Explore scientific star parties, global star parties that we've had this year, and other events. And it's really forced me to go looking for other poetic insights into the night sky. And tonight is from Tennyson and from the end of Ulysses. The lights begin to twinkle from the rocks. The long day wanes. The slow moon climbs. The deep moans round with many voices. Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off and sitting well in order smite the sounding furrows. For my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset and the baths of all the western stars until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be that we shall touch the happy isles and see the great Achilles whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, one equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Thanks, and back to you, Scott.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yes, that's right. So, yeah, we're that little, what do they call those things? I don't know. Anyways, pinchers there on the lobsters. Yes, that's right. So, okay, we are 5 minutes away from broadcasting the second day of the 2021 Winter Star Party. I've peeked under the hood a little bit as I got to load it all up and everything. But it is, as I mentioned yesterday, I've seen so many programs and stuff like that put together for amateur astronomy. And rarely do you see this level of professional editing and presentation. So Sergio is, again, I want to take, I don't have a hat to take off for you. Wait, excuse me, I do. Here it is. Here we go. This is my Winter Star Party hat right here. So there we go. Now I can take
there
my
you
hat off
go.
for you.
Yeah.
Anyhow, Sergio, thank you so much. And thanks for working with us to help us get this thing lined up. I owe it all to you. And if there was an Oscar to give out for amateur astronomy presentations, you would be getting one tonight. So,
Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
you're very welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right, so I think that we're ready. I think we're ready to start our program here. It's going to start just a wee bit early. Is there anything else that anybody else wanted to add? Jerry, you're eating popcorn right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know whether I should turn my video off. I just figured I'd sit back and watch everybody. That's with the popcorn. That's kind of cool.
Yeah,
That's
right. It is National Pizza Day. Somebody.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, and I did have a pizza. So.
Oh, good.
Really?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh man, I was filming today at Miami Airport.
Yeah.
And we're in one of the terminals filming a day with a pilot for the kids stuff that I do. And there was a pizza place right across from us. So I'm there, no lunch, and it's smelling like heaven, right?
Like wafting over, right?
Did I just say that? But we have to have our masks on because we're in the airport and stuff. But man, it smells so good. Then I told one of the guys, dude, go find out how much the plate. Slices are $12 I'm like, yeah, I ain't having that pizza.
Wow, $12 a slice? A slice?
A slice, but they were kind of big. They were square, and they had like a bunch of stuff on top. But still,
Yeah,
$12 a slice.
Actual cost to make a pizza at a place that does like pizza all the time. That's what they do.
Yeah,
is like
well,
less
the
than
airports
$2.
do have that little markup over there.
Yeah, it's a heavy markup.
Yeah.
And somebody mentioned to me that I wasn't the only one that looked young for a long time, and he said that he was like 24 before he started shaving. I want you guys to know right now, the way I shave in the morning is I put cream on my face and then I let a cat lick it off. Okay. That's how I shave. So
Yeah.
anyhow,
Scotty, there are cats and there are dogs.
yes.
And as they say, cats have masters. Dogs have masters. Cats have staff.
They have staff. Yes, they do. That's true. And they do exactly what they want to do, just like comets do, right? So that's right. And well, anyways, thanks for coming to the Winter Star Party. And we're kicking off with day one right now.
Oh, day two.
Keep looking up, everyone.
You mean day two?
Day two.
The Southern Cross Astronomical Society welcomes you to the 2021 Winter Star Party Virtual Edition.
Hello, I'm Tim Kahn, and I'd like to welcome you to day two of the Winter Star Party Virtual Edition.
And now, Dean Regas of the Cincinnati Observatory gives us a presentation on the wonderful world of archaeoastronomy.
Well, good evening, everybody, and thanks for tuning in for our archaeoastronomy class. My name is Dean Regas. I'm the astronomer here at the Cincinnati Observatory, and so glad to have you joining us here to talk about, well, the ancient observatories. And we really appreciate you taking the time to do this. I know there's other things you could be doing on an evening, but flying around the world and, well, I have to say, I've got cabin fever. I love traveling. That's one of the hardest things about this this quarantine is that I'm not able to travel around and see some things. So I'm going to show you some of my travel slides and some of the great archaeological sites that I've been to, as well as a few that I haven't been to that I would love to go to. Now, when I talk about archaeoastronomy, what I mean is very old sites that they used to do astronomy there. Now, this could be done in a lot of different ways, and mostly it's leftover architecture that we can see. And the architecture tells us a really cool story about how people all around the world did the same kind of thing. They were just so fascinated with the stars and the movement of the sun and the moon especially. And so they built these great structures. They did this great artwork, and they really came up with some very creative ways of telling time, marking seasons, and marking cycles out in space. So we're going to be flying around to a few of those places. So I'm going to share my screen, and we'll go on into the prepared remarks I had here. But again, welcome everybody. Thanks for tuning in for our flight around to archaeoastronomy sites of the world. At least I picked some of my favorites and some of the ones that, well, a lot of them that I've been to. That's the other thing that I want to do. Now, if we're going to be talking about old sites, this is a pretty old one right here, the Cincinnati Observatory right here east of the city. This is where I work. This is where we have our 2 historic telescopes and beautiful buildings and grounds. And so we'd love to have you come over and visit once everything here is back to normal. But we really appreciate you taking the time and doing these online classes too. So in addition to being at the observatory and working there as the astronomer, I've also written a few books. One's called Facts from Space, where you can flip it open to a new page and learn a new fact every day. It's a lot of fun for all ages. 100 Things to See in the Night Sky is my second book, where we look for stars and constellations in the sky and how to find them. And then my newer version, it just came out this year, is 100 Things to See in the Night Sky Expanded Edition with extra star charts and even more stuff to look for. So wherever you get books, pick one of those up and check it out. And then I also do a podcast called Looking Up with my coworker, Anna Heeman, where we talk about stuff in space and interview guests. And so if you get into podcasts, check us out and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Look for Looking Up. We have a new episode every 2 weeks, so check that out. All right, so we're going to be flying all around, and we're going to be checking out some places. We're going to go from site to site. We're going to go to places like the Great Pyramids. We're going to go to Stonehenge. We're going to go to the Great Serpent Mound right here at Ohio and check out what astronomical significance they have. Because this is the weird thing, is that when we look at ancient sites and ancient works of art and ancient works of architecture, there seems to be an element of astronomy in it. This is something that people were fascinated by for thousands and thousands of years. Stargazing was their form of entertainment. That was their way of telling time. That was also essential to knowing when to plant crops and when to herd and when stuff is migrating. You have to know what time of year it is to know what to live on. And so these cultures really made a huge effort to put all this stuff together. And so we're going to start at something very old, older than all the other things I've shown so far. We're going to go to south central France here, to the Lascaux Cave. So the cave in Lascaux, France. And this is just an amazing site where somebody or some buddies crawled down into this cave and painted these really exquisite works of art on the walls of this cave and on the ceilings of this cave. And it's really hard to imagine somebody going down there and doing this and seeing how pretty cool the art is. Now, we want to focus on just one part of this. This is in the Hall of the Bulls, where they painted several bulls on the wall and the ceiling. This is kind of on the side and the ceiling of one of the cave walls. And we have this bull here, and we have 2 horns pointing out to the left. We've got an eye. We've got spots on its face. And then we've got a couple dots around it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2 that are pretty much touching, 7 dots above the shoulder. Now, this is dated to 15,000 BC. So a work of art 17,000 years old. And astronomers and archaeologists are pretty much in agreement that this is not just a work of art. This is a star chart. This is the constellation of what we still call Taurus the Bull. That so people were looking up these stars 17,000 years ago, seeing them in the same configuration that we see them in now, with very small modifications, but pretty much the same outline. And this is what they drew. It is so cool to think that people that long ago saw the same stuff that, well, our ancestors saw, well, a couple thousand years ago. So on the right is Taurus the Bull with the constellations with the long horns going out to the left. There's a big dot there. That's a star called Aldebaran that corresponds to the big eye right there. And then we got spots around it. Those are the spots in the face. That's called the Hyades star cluster. And above the shoulder is 7 stars, 5 of them in a little spoon, and 2 of them pretty much touching. That's what they look like. And they are visible to the naked eye. So it's just pretty incredible. Now, there's only one thing, and you can be skeptical about this. You can say, okay, well, Dean, all right, they kind of look alike. I mean, like maybe just coincidental. And, there's something to be said about that. Is that, the artist did not sign his name on the cave wall, and he did not say, my name is Ugg, I paint bull on cave, bull's supposed to be bull in sky. No, he didn't say that. That's true. But if an archaeologist, they are really tough to impress. If an archaeologist and the teams of archaeologists say it's a star chart, we'll go with that. I mean, I see star charts everywhere, but they don't, and so they call it that. So this is probably one of the oldest works of art and the oldest works of astronomy as well. So now we're going to go over to Egypt and go across the Mediterranean to the Great Pyramids of Giza. These are some massive, humongous structures. And there's these 3 pyramids in particular that we want to look at. These are the 3 ones that are right next to each other, and some of the biggest ones. Now, these pyramids were built for the pharaohs, but they snuck in astronomy there wherever they could. And so the pyramids are all built to the 4 cardinal directions, so north, south, east, and west. And you can't build pyramids or anything to those directions unless you know your astronomy. So that's number 1. They're showing off a little bit. They're saying, yeah, look how we built this. Can you guys do that? We did that. And then the other parts about this is some of these pyramids have shafts that are built into them where the light comes through a window all the way to the center of the pyramid. And they're made so that, well, whatever star the pharaoh wanted to see, he'd be able to see it through that window. Every day that star would pass through that window. So you build this gigantic tomb just to have a window to see a star. It seems a little over-engineered to me, but that's my opinion. But it's amazing that they threw in these little astronomical touches basically to show off. Now, as we look at some of these other archaeological sites, we're going to notice some key dates that keep coming up: the summer solstice, winter solstice, spring equinox, and fall equinox. And so these dates come up again and again because they are important to the calendar, because you need to know what time of year it is to know when to do stuff. But how do you mark those dates on a calendar when what do they really mean? And so the solstices, June and winter, are the extreme places where the sun rises and sets. So the sun will set so far to the south in June and so far to the north other way around. So far to the south in December, so far to the north in June. And then the equinoxes are a point halfway in between. So ancient peoples developed these really cool, creative, and unique ways of measuring those extremes and the one in the middle. And they did it with all this cool architecture. Let's go down to the Yucatan Peninsula. We're going to Chichen Itza. This is not too far from the United States and not too far from Cancun. And so I went to go there when on a little vacation, and I was like, well, okay, I was really going to Chichen Itza for the vacation, and then the Cancun part was just the other part of it. So I do vacations opposite mostly. So going there, they have this structure called the Observatory, which, boy, that kind of looks a little like our observatory. Ours is in better shape, though. I'll give it that. Ours is in a little better shape. But they had this kind of structure up there where they did observations in the tower there. But the main point of Chichen Itza that I thought was completely fascinating was this. This is the Temple of Kukulkan. And this is very similar to pyramids in Egypt, built north, south, east, west. But the whole thing is very symbolic, and it's a little subtle, but once you see it, it's pretty amazing. Is that you've got these very steep stairwells. So here's the steep stairwells. You can see how, oh man, it is so steep going up there. And by the way, when I was there, they wouldn't let you climb up the steps because too many people had fallen down and gotten hurt and died, some of them. So they wouldn't let you climb up the steps, which was a little disappointing. But then when I saw them, I said, okay, that's fine, that's fine. But they have stairwells on 4 sides, and each stairwell has 91 steps. So hold on a second, 91 steps. Why would there be 91 steps on 4 sides of the building? Type in the chat if you know what that might be in reference to. Why would there be 91 steps on 4 sides of the building? Any ideas? Well, Michaela's adding them up. 91 times 4 is 364. There's 1 step at the very top that goes into the temple. So you have 364 steps on the side, 1 into the temple, 365 days of the year. Isn't that cool? They built this on, I mean, just show off, hey, yeah, there's 365 days in a year. This is the temple to the sun. But wait, there's more. At the bottom of the steps on the east and west sides are these really cool carved serpent heads. And, you know, you just think, oh, that's great. That's an awesome work of art. Kind of creepy, kind of scary, but kind of cool. But they are there for a reason, because of the alignment of the temple. It is set up to a place where if you're there on the spring and fall equinox, something amazing happens. The play of light and shadow comes around the side of the building and makes a serpent on the stairwell with the head of the serpent lit up. So this is only on the equinoxes, on the spring and fall equinoxes. Any other day, it's not going to work. And so they set this up to be this really cool light and shadow show with the head of the serpent's light lit up and then the serpent on the side. Oh, I just think that is so cool. Because all those other days of the year, you're like, yeah, okay, cool temple. That's great. But then you get these moments that are set up just like this. Now, this is what we call in the ancient world showing off. This is no doubt, this is the basic reason for this, to say, hey, we know what the sun's going to do. We're pretty smart. We figured this out a long time ago. We're going to build this temple and we're going to make the sun go where we want it to. And the sun has to behave. It has to follow along with this. And so this was a symbol of power, of might, to say, yes, we can control the sun. We're not going to be surprised by things up there. We're going to be able to figure this out. And it's a sign of stability, a sign of knowledge, and pretty cool light show too. So next stop, we're going to go down to Peru. We're going to go down to the place called the Nazca Lines. Now this is kind of a pseudo astronomical site because, well, nobody's really sure what's going on with the Nazca Lines. This is something where you could fly over the Peruvian desert here, and there's these lines that are constructed into the sand, into the desert. And how they did this was they got all the light colored rocks, put it on the edges, and they left the dark colored rocks in the center. And so that's what they did, was to make this stand out. And so we get these long patterns in the desert, and they only work if you fly over top to see them. If you're standing right next to them, they don't look like anything. And so you fly overhead and you see these long lines, and some of them look, well, depends on who you're talking to, but some people get this conspiracy theory that looks like landing strips, because the idea is, who is going to be able to see these? Who are these made for? Where they made these shapes that you can see only from a plane. You've got one that's shaped like a monkey, a phoenix, a spider. There's the landing strip. We've got one that looks like an astronaut. It sure does. This is not doctored at all. And so who are these made for? they were made, when were these made? We're not even completely sure. But it was definitely made with the idea that somebody from up above can watch them. And who might that be? Type in the chat if you want to discuss who you think might be the viewer of these things. But I had a good time flying there. I shouldn't say that. I didn't have that great of a time. When I launched, when we flew in a 4-seater plane to go over this. This is like a little tourist, well, not really very touristy place actually. And so I got on the plane and I got to sit in the front seat. The pilot spoke a little bit of English and I spoke very, very little Spanish, but he was pointing out the plane. He said, "Oh, look, astronaut." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, cool, astronaut." And then he would like turn the plane really fast and sharp. Then we go by the Phoenix. He's like, "Phoenix." I was like, "Okay, yeah, I see the Phoenix." And then he turned another way and bank. And the flight was supposed to be 35 minutes. And I think I was done after about 15. I was pretty, I made it, but I had seen enough. So while I was down at the Nazca Lines, then I made the stop off to the next place, Machu Picchu. This is in the peak of the Andes here, and it was just an amazing sight to go see in person. This was definitely the highlight of the trip. I mean, this is what I was going to Peru for in the first place, and just when you get there, it is a surreal city. It's like Cloud City. There are clouds everywhere around there. This is the place where the Incan elite would go to, in the summer. This is their summer kind of getaway. And just this city built up in this mountain top was really incredible. And so I had one day where it was foggy, rainy, drizzly, and then another day where it was sunny. So I had the whole mix of both of them. So the ruins have been kind of restored in some places and uncovered in a lot of places, and they're still uncovering lots more. Now, most of the buildings are square rectangular, but one is not, and it's thought that this had special significance in the old days because, they call it the Temple of the Sun, because if you look at this, it's got a curved wall to it, which is very unique for Machu Picchu. And it has this window here where the sun would come up above the peak there, and in the summer would come through the window and nestle against this carved rock right there. So this was the Temple of the Sun that would tell, instead of now we're making the sun come through a window at a certain time of year. On the outside of this window, there's this kind of frame around it, which they were, I don't know, the tour guides were kind of saying, oh, well, maybe they had like a crosshair going across there so you could see the X as it came through. I don't know. I thought that was kind of a stretch, but I'll put it out there as possibly there's a crosshairs going across there. But so that was an interesting one. But okay, this one is the one that I really wanted to see. And it was the not a very popular stone. It actually, this isn't my picture. My picture is the next one. It didn't even have a little fence around it because nobody knew what it was. It was just this stone sticking out that people probably tripped on. But I was looking forward to this because what this is a artist rendering of the Southern Cross, which is the constellation of the Southern Hemisphere that really, really stands out. And the dimensions between the 4 stars, this is the length versus width. That's exactly right. The stone was pointed south, and because I'm a nerd and because I was prepared for this, I had my compass ready and I did a bearing. And if you put your eye down here and this slope here, this will point you right to where the Southern Cross goes at its highest point from that spot. Now, obviously, the other people around there were not interested in the stone whatsoever. They had taken down the rope for me, or not for me, just because nobody really was interested. And I was very excited about the stone, but I could not get anybody else enthused about it whatsoever. Okay. Well, before we go to Stonehenge, let me take a little pause here. We'll go back into the big picture here. And let's see. So was everybody pretty much convinced that the Nazca Lines were built for aliens? Is that pretty much what it is? Oh, good answer. Sky gods. That's a better answer than, it's not always aliens, right? It's what that one guy always says. It's always aliens. But let's see. Sam, what do we get for questions? Anything come through that you think we should cover?
So we did have a question about in the cave painting, it seems like the Pleiades is rotated a bit. Is that correct?
It is a little bit, does look like the Pleiades rotate a little bit off from what the star chart was showing, but the star chart's going to be a little distorted also. Plus, we're looking at kind of a curved part of the ceiling too, so there's a little bit of distortion there. So their position is not as good as I would like them to be. That is absolutely right. But the way that they drew the 5 in one place and the 2 next to each other, oh, spot on. I mean, that's what you would see if you were looking with the naked eye.
And we also had a question, did you know about the Southern Cross stone, that the Southern Cross stone was there before you got there?
Absolutely. I have never been prepared for a trip like I was to go to Peru. Like, I had the whole book, like the book of Machu Picchu memorized. So like my friends that were with me, we didn't get a guide because I was like, here's where we go. We take a turn left, we turn right. Like, so I was ready for that stone. And when I saw it, it was maybe a little embarrassing. It might have been a little embarrassing how excited I was to see that stone. So yeah, I was ready for it. I kind of like, it was on the peripheral of a tour that somebody was giving, and somebody said something, and I might have said a sarcastic rebuttal, and I was asked to kind of move on. So I tried to be a quiet tourist after that, but yeah, I was ready for the Southern Cross stone, definitely.
I'm very jealous. Dean, Peru is super high on my list.
Oh, you gotta go. It is really cool. And it's so fun to take the train in there. I wanted to do the hike through there, but it was gonna take a long time. But the train ride was really nice, and yeah, it really worked. It was great.
All right, so we have 2 other questions. One, can the lines you were talking about be seen from mountaintops?
Not real well. I mean, they are so faint. I mean, even flying over the plane, they didn't stand out. Like some of those pictures I showed you were kind of highlighted a little extra. So they were very faint and very subtle. So it wasn't something that you could really see too well. The astronaut is kind of built on a kind of incline. So if you were in a distance, you could probably see it a little bit. But most of the other ones are just on this flat plane. I mean, it was one of the flattest areas around that I'd been to.
And then, were you at the temple when the serpent appeared?
No, I wasn't at the temple when the serpent appeared. I wish I was. Man, I know. I ended up going in January because, well, you know, January in Cincinnati gets pretty old pretty fast. So I think I was like, all right, I just want to go on a little southern vacation. Let's go to Chichen Itza. So, but yeah, I don't even know if you can get a ticket to go there on the equinoxes. That would be probably a hard gig to get into, that's for sure.
And then the last question that we have for right now is, when you get to Stonehenge, how high should we turn the speaker to?
Turn it to 11, that's for sure. You got to do that. So, well, without further ado, let's go on to Stonehenge. What do you say? All right. So that's our next stop here on our whirlwind tour. And this is probably one of the more famous of the archaeoastronomy sites because, well, it's pretty cool, that's for sure. I mean, here it is from up above. Now, it's a lot smaller than you'd think. That's the other thing, is the stones are pretty huge, but I don't know, most people get there and they're like, yeah, I thought it'd be bigger. But what was done with these stones is just incredible. And, you know, we're talking about something possibly 4,500 years old, 5,000 years old. We're a little hazy on the age of this, but this is built in stages. And I like to think of how they did this, because this is, you know, they didn't have a written language. They didn't have, you know, machinery, obviously, just to move around these stones. And I just like to try to picture myself there. I like to try to picture myself on the windswept plains there, Salisbury Plain, you know, 5,000 years ago, and the chieftain gets us all together. And he says something like that. He's like, all right, guys, what do I think? I think we need to build a calendar. What do you think? They're like, yeah, cool, calendar. Let's build a calendar. I think we should build it out of stone. What do you think? They're like, yeah, stone, sounds good. I think we should build them out of the big stones that are like down the hill. We're going to cut them down there. They're going to be a few tons each. We're going to cut them down there, then we're going to bring them up the hill. It's a little bit of an uphill. It's like 19 miles, but it won't be bad. We'll just bring them one at a time. We'll take 30 of them. We'll set them up. Then we'll get some other stones from somewhere else. We're going to build them, put them up there. Then we're going to put the ones on the top. What do you guys think? how in the world did they motivate the population to do this? Because we know where they got the stones from. The quarry is still there. They had to drag them 19 miles, slight uphill, then set them upright, then get ones on top. It's incredible. It's a weird feat, because if I was going to build a calendar, I would have looked at this and I would have said, guys, we already have the calendar. What do we need the stones for? Because this was built in stages. The stones was the last part. The first part was this mound that was around it, and you could watch the sunrise come through the mound notches at different times of year. Then they upgraded and built posts. So they put posts in these little holes there. So then you could use the posts to measure the rising and setting of the sun at different times of year. That's all you needed. Oh, it like hurts because it's like all you needed was the posts. You didn't have to show off and get the stones, but here we are 5,000 years later, posts are gone, stones are still there. So you can't argue with that. The stones work pretty well. So here's the three kind of stages to the building. And so they had a little ring first, and then they got the bigger ring later on. And some of these stones came from really far away too. So the big ones came from 19 miles away, but some of the other ones came from even farther away, even from the mainland Europe and other places. So these were like important to them. And so what it does is it measures the rising and setting of the sun at different times of year, the rising and setting of the moon at different times of year, and a little bit of Venus and maybe some other risings of stars too. And then there's other things we're just like not sure what they were trying to align with, but it was a little bit of over engineering, especially when all you needed were the posts. Man, you give me 30 posts around, that's all I needed, but I guess they'd be all gone. So the stones are still there. And there we are. So that's a really tough ticket to get to go there on the winter solstice or summer solstice, where the sun comes just through the narrow notches of the stones. So here we have another example of the sun coming through windows, basically, at different times of the year. And I like to think of this too, because, well, oh yeah, we built a Stonehenge replica here at the observatory called Boxhenge. This is back when we gave away a lot of telescopes, and so we had all the telescope boxes arranged in the, and I even got it all aligned and everything like that. Then I think it rained, so we had to take it in. But anyway, should have built it out of stones. Now, this idea of sunlight coming through a window, I think is kind of fascinating, because maybe you've experienced this too, that where you live, maybe the sunlight comes in through the windows at different times of year differently. I had this old house that I lived in that the sunlight would come through a keyhole in the door every December. I think it was December 9th or something like that. And it was just like clockwork. It would come through this keyhole. And so if you live in someplace long enough, you're going to notice these kind of things that happen. So maybe you've had this happen to where you live too. Now we go across to Ireland here to New Grange. This one is older than Stonehenge. And this is a gigantic mound with, so this is from up above looking down on the mound. And it has this really cool stonework on this one face of it with an opening carved down into it. Plus, check out the cool carvings on the rocks too. That's so cool, and Celtic and all that stuff. And so this is the passage that the sun takes. And so the sun comes through this, through the window down to the back end of the mound, and hits the stone there on the winter solstice every year. So it was built, this whole gigantic thing was built, this elaborate thing just to mark one day of the year, the winter solstice. Well, the next one, Loughcrew Cairns, not too far away there in Ireland. Here they are from up above. This is a little mound, not quite as elaborate as New Grange, but the light comes in through the window, hits the stone at the back of the cave on the equinoxes. So there you go, you got 2 days that this works. So you go to New Grange for winter, you come here for spring. I don't know where they went for summer, but then you come back here for fall, and you know, that's the whole cycle stuff. Now I want you to remember this. This is these carvings on the back of a stone in Ireland. Just I want you to kind of remember that as kind of a neat little thing that the sunlight is hitting there to tell them what time it is. There's other mounds in the British Isles. So this is Noth and Tara and lots of other ones. But then we got, wait a second, that's not the British Isles. We hopped all the way across the Atlantic into Ohio and Fort Ancient. Now, I put these together because there's a lot of similarities between the mounds of Europe and the mounds here. Well, okay, maybe a little bit, but this one is unique because it is the largest mound complex in the world. This is the largest ancient earthwork that you'll find. It's right here in Ohio. It is not a fort, but this is what the settlers thought when they came in. It looked like fort with this kind of a ring of mounds around it. But then you quickly notice it has 67 openings into the fort. Not exactly good for defense. And some of the openings even have like paving stones down at the bottom, like welcome mats, like come on in, come on in. So this was definitely a gathering place that people would take pilgrimages here, that they would come for the period of time, work on the mounds, build them up, and basically just have a little party and ceremony. This is your holy spot. Why, we're not exactly sure. Why this spot of all places? But what we do know is up in the northern part of the mound that there's this gap in the mounds, this entryway, and the sun comes through the gap in the mounds, just like in that picture there, on the summer solstice. Then there's another gap in the mounds where it comes up in the equinoxes, and another one for the winter solstice. Now, again, this is a crazy amount of work just to tell time. Again, give me a few posts, I'll do it for you. But this is what the elaborate time-telling thing they did. And the archaeologists estimate the construction time on Fort Ancient was 300 years. Is that ridiculous? I mean, so people were working on this for hundreds and hundreds of years, generations after generations, people would be working on this. It's just mind-boggling. This is how important astronomy was. This is how important this was to them, or at least they thought it was. Now, so there's where Fort Ancient is, right here in just northeast of Cincinnati. But we've got lots of other mounds around the area. Here's the old sketch, the old survey that they did in the 1800s. And there's a really cool book about the mounds of, or the earthworks of the Mississippi Valley. I think that's what it's called. And it has all these really cool surveys of the mounds in this area. So this is Fort Ancient. It looks, I mean, it's very well preserved. It looks, pretty much all the walls are still intact. But there's lots of other ones around Ohio and the Ohio Valley that are not quite doing this well. This is the Paint Creek earthworks, at least what it used to look like way a long time ago. These are some mounds in Dayton and Chillicothe area that are still in existence. And then, of course, we got the Great Serpent Mound that's east of Cincinnati, also about a 90-minute drive or so. And this is the largest effigy mound, meaning a mound that looks like something. And so it's a 1/4 mile long from the tip of the tail all the way to the head. And it looks like a serpent eating an egg. But what we're really looking for is the 3 coils right here. This is our time-telling device. So in Chichen Itza, they built a big temple. In Machu Picchu, they have a window. And in Stonehenge, they put a ring of stones. This was their version. And the 3 coils are the time-telling devices. You stand right here. Sun rises over this coil on the winter solstice. Sunrise over this coil on the equinoxes. Sunrise over that coil on the summer solstice. And you don't have to drag like multi-ton stones or anything. Plus, it's pretty sweet looking too. And so this is definitely a really cool one to go see. And it's it's a pretty nice one to go, especially on one of the equinoxes or solstices, because then, you can watch the sunrise and everything. It's pretty cool. So here it is from up above. It's another one of those things that doesn't look much from down below, but the usefulness of it is pretty cool. And there's another little tidbit of trivia about this area is this is near a big impact crater. So there's a 7-mile wide meteor crater in Ohio there, and the Serpent Mound is inside of it. Would anybody have even known about it back then? Probably not, but it's barely visible in satellite photos, but it's kind of neat that there's a big meteor crater in here too. Now, the thing is, there are mounds all around the Ohio Valley. This one was in Milford, and it's not there anymore. Basically, the farmers and settlers plowed them up if they were in their way. And so, yeah, this is so cool. Weird to think that was in Milford, this weird mound complex here. This is in Liberty Township, or was in Liberty Township, Ohio. This one is, what's this one? Oh, Ross County, so the Hopeton Works. This is High Bank Works. These are all mostly gone. And then this is the Newark Works, and this is the one that is still partially there. The circle is still there, and the octagon is still there. And so that was our password for tonight, was the octagon, because I want to tell you about that. But also around Newark, they had these roads, basically these mounds that would go for long stretches. And that there's even this evidence that there were long stretches of mounds that would go from city to city all across Ohio. It's pretty amazing. But so this is what the Newark Works used to look like. But before we get into the octagon and the fun about the octagon, let me take a little break here. Come back in. How's everybody doing so far? Hopefully everybody's doing good. Let's see, before we get to the octagon, Sam, you see any questions come through that we want to look at?
We've got several questions about Fort Ancient. The first is, are the gaps in Fort Ancient equally spaced? They don't seem to be.
No, they weren't. That's the weird thing, is that the spacing of it, they basically were putting a ring around the top part here. It's like a little mesa up there, actually, for Fort Ancient. So they were kind of going along the ridge line that was already there. So they were not changing the kind of outline, just kind of going with it. But yeah, they're pretty, in some places they're pretty high, the mounds are, because they dig out from one side, pile it up on the other side. And so yeah, they can get pretty high in some places.
All right, our next question is, are the marks at Fort Ancient designated for visitors?
They used to be. Well, hold on. Now, Fort Ancient, they used to do events on the solstices, especially the winter and summer. I don't know if they ever did equinoxes, because they would always, they had to employ like Boy Scouts to clear all the trees, because the trees kept growing, and so people couldn't see the sunrises. So I've only been there once for a sunrise, but they were doing up until recently. I would recommend going on a summer sunrise. A winter sunrise is pretty cold, although you can sleep in more, but still. Yeah, so there's a certain spot, and I think it's marked on their maps where you stand to get the alignment just right.
So going along with the idea of the Boy Scouts having to clear the trees, was Fort Ancient wooded at the time that the mounds were built and the builders cleared the land? Yeah,
the inside of the fort is very strange, because there's almost no artifacts. I mean, it is like clean. It's like somebody cleaned up afterwards. There's no real evidence of major structures that were inside there. It was kind of like a transient place that people would come and hang out and then go somewhere else. So how wooded it was on the inside is kind of hard to tell. But certainly there were a lot of people passing through and a lot of people working on this. So they would have been cutting down some trees, I'm sure. And if they wanted any view of anything, they had to cut down the trees to be able to see the alignments.
And then our last question is, what was used to build the serpent?
Well, from what I remember, it was a combination of rocks and dirt. So they, at least I think it was something that they would bring up rocks from down the creek bed, kind of lay them out, and then they just piled dirt on them, and then eventually grass and other things grew on top of it. But when it was discovered, it was all overgrown and really hard to see at first. And so since then, it's just been kind of maintained and kept open. But it's a combination of rocks, gravel, and dirt, and very few artifacts inside the mounds. So they're not burial mounds. It's pretty much all that kind of filler material.
That was our last question for right now, but we did have a comment in the chat that Donna McKeever was actually at your presentation at Serpent Mound a few years ago.
Oh yeah, I know. I've been doing that. I did it 2 years, the 2 Septembers, except for, of course, we didn't do it this September. such a great place to do a talk, and we had 2 clear nights, so we got to do some stargazing too, which is a nice spot to be in. So glad you could come to this too. All right, so we got a few more we want to go visit, and we got to get to the Octagon. Now this one is, I think, is the most, okay, I was gonna say the most fascinating. I don't think it's the most fascinating, but it's pretty cool. Now this is all that's left today of the Newark work. So this is east of Columbus, Ohio. Is you got this this circle. This is marking a sunrise of the equinoxes, I think. Can't remember. It's been so long since I've been there. But the Octagon is there, and everything else is gone. So this was all surveyed in the 1800s, but only these things remain. And the Octagon is the one that's kind of the most interesting to me, because it's got a circle, and then it's got connected to this 8-sided figure, and it's got this platform down here at the bottom, this other mound that was built up that's pretty high. So this is what it used to look like. And what it is one of the nerdiest alignments ever. Like, they could have built a sun alignment. They could have built a seasonal alignment, but everybody was doing that. You know, big deal, I could do that. But these guys decided, we're gonna build something really obscure. They would stand on the platform here and then look through the hole in the mounds all the way through the gap on the other side to see what's called the maximum northern moonrise. This is something that the moon would rise in different parts every day, but they would notice that it never rose farther north than one spot. And so they noted that and noted which direction that was and built a whole mound system around that. And this occurs every 18.6 years. I mean, talk about obscure. I mean, but again, what we see over and over and over again, this is their showing off. They're like, oh yeah, you guys build your sun temples. Yeah. You know, we figured that out hundreds of years ago. But check out our moon, maximum northern moonrise temple that happens every 18.6 years. Yeah, who's nerdy now? I mean, that's basically what they're saying. And this is what's so weird of this thing. And it's, you know, it's hard to say what to make of it. This is what it is now. So there's the circle and there's the octagon. And if your eyes aren't fooling you, that's a golf course. So it's a golf course in a mound system. And how this came to be was the state of Ohio owns the land and they couldn't maintain it. And so they leased it to a golf course that turned it into a golf course. And now, so the golf course leases it from the state for $1 a year for who knows how long. And they keep the mounds up, but you can go play golf there. So the good side is the mounds are still there, whereas all the other mounds in Newark are gone. The bad side is you're playing golf on ancient Native American mounds. So it's complicated. And it got even more complicated when that 18.6 year thing came around. So the northernmost moonrise happened October 22nd, 2005. And you better believe I was going to be there, that's for sure. If it only happens that often. So I made the trip up there to, you know, east of Columbus, and it was quite the scene. I mean, they had, you know, hundreds of people there from all around the country. They had Native American groups there. They were going to do a ceremony inside the octagon. It was going to be really cool. The downside was it was raining all day, and so it was kind of depressing, but the forecast was looking better, and it was saying clearing by sunset. And so people were pretty excited, and they thought, okay, we're going to see this thing. So I remember being in this whole auditorium with hundreds of people, and people were doing talks and speeches, and Native American groups were talking and speaking. And then a guy comes up onto the stage to make an announcement, and he says, I'm sorry to let you all know that because of the rain, the golf course has canceled the ceremony. They're afraid that hundreds of people walking on the golf course will ruin the golf course, and we are very sorry, but the ceremony is canceled. Well, everybody was pretty upset, and there was outrage of people were, you know, yelling. I mean, people would come from a long ways. Some people were from Ontario, some people from California, from Texas. They came all the way to see the moonrise. And so the outrage was like, you know, people were really loud and yelling. And then this magical thing happened. Everybody got quiet very quickly because the same thought came in their heads at the exact same time. I know because I thought the exact same thing. And the thoughts were, wait a second, it's going to be dark. That's a big mound. And that's what everybody thought at the same time. I saw it. I saw it on everybody's faces. I turned to people and I could see it. And I even like did a little head nod to people and they're like, yeah, because we knew we were going to go see this moonrise and it's going to be dark. We're going to get in there. There's openings in the mountains. We can get in. So here it is from up above. So we all quietly said our goodbyes and went out to our cars and we all said, see you all in 18.6 years. And then we slowly all went to our cars and drove away. And then I drove over here and drove down this road. And then I saw there were a bunch of policemen there that were stopping people from going into the parking lot. And I thought, oh, so I turned down this street and then I parked right there. And then I walked around over here, walked around over here, walked through there, and stood right there. So don't tell anybody about this. This is just between us here. We're just, we're just talking. This is astronomy business here, So I was up in the front because I didn't want to go back here. I thought I was going to get in trouble and somebody's going to catch me or something like that. So I was up in the front, but it was, I got to say, it was pretty fun sneaking around in the dark because there's no moon up yet and it was all dark, but you could hear people. You could hear them in the woods and they were walking around and we're like, oh my gosh, there were probably hundreds and hundreds of people in that mound after dark. And so the time came for the moonrise, but I was so close that I wasn't able to see it right away. So the people in the back could see it before I could. And so right at the right time, you hear this eruption of like, yeah, and everybody could see it. I was like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And then, a couple moments later, then it came up above the treetops where I was and I could see it right between the gap. And then I got the heck out of there and drove home. So didn't get caught or anything. So this is the fun job of an astronomer. You get to brave all this stuff just so you can see alignments from octagons. So 18.6 years, what do we got? 2024-ish, somewhere around there. We're going to be looking at early 2024. I'll set my calendar, that's for sure. So fun times at the Octagon, that's for sure. But keep that in your mind for a future thing, because it was really cool to see that, like that, a full moon coming up like that. All right, we're going to make one more stop here on our tour, and that is to northwest New Mexico. And this one is the smallest, probably the smallest archaeoastronomy site of all of them I've shown you. So it's pretty subtle. This is, there's two things in this part in Chaco Canyon, New Mexico. This part is just a cave painting also. And this is kind of an interesting one. It's a really cool petroglyph with a star, a moon, and a hand. And so, remember how I said the cave in Lascaux that the artist didn't sign it? This time the artist did sign it up there. There's his handprint. Now they can carbon date this to around mid-10th century or mid-11th century, so around the 1050s, 1070 time frame. And for astronomers, this was a key time because 1054 is a date for astronomers that they remember. 1054 is when a supernova explosion happened, a supernova so bright that it was visible in the daytime. So you'd go outside, there'd be the sun in the sky, and there'd be another star in the sky that bright. And so this is what we think was noted on this cave, is that this is the supernova, and this is the moon phase during the supernova, which matches exactly with what Chinese astronomers that were measuring this said the moon phase was when it started. And then there's the artist's signature. So I just show this one because I think it's kind of a cool little one. But the main one is here, the sun calendar, also called the sun dagger, that's on one of the mesas here. Is these three slabs of rock seem to have fallen off the side of the cliff and are laying at this weird angle. And at the back of this this cliff wall here, there's these spirals or just, I'm sorry, the one spiral. And there's a spiral there, which is interesting, kind of similar to the caves in, or the mounds in Ireland also. And so so people knew that there was petroglyphs there on the wall, but nobody really thought anything beyond that. So there was an artist that was up there having lunch, and she was watching this light come through the cracks in the 3 rocks and saw this, that just a shaft of light went right through the center of the spiral. I mean, it was like right dead center. And it slowly grew, and it grew upward, and then it faded away. And she looked at her watch, and it was noon. Okay, that's weird. And then she's like, wait a second, what day is today? It was June 21st. So on the summer solstice, this shaft of light came through the rocks and hit the center of the spiral, dead center. Now, when she told this to people, nobody believed her. They said, what? Oh, come on. It was just coincidence. I mean, it's ridiculous. So then they go back on the equinoxes, and look what happens. 2 shafts of light perfectly bound the spiral. So you got the solstice and the equinoxes marked by this. And so this is a bona fide archaeoastronomy site that is measuring the sunlight coming in at equinoxes and the solstice. Now, there's one extra thing about this, and I don't get chills a lot. I mean, so I'm not saying you might get chills with this, but maybe you will, is that if you put your cheek to that wall right here, and you look out in that direction, so you put your cheek to the wall there and you face that direction, you know what direction that faces? It points you at the northernmost moonrise. The thing that the octagon pointed at. And if you count the spirals, you count 18.6 coils. Yeah, it was incredible. I mean, this is stuff that people communicated. And that's the thing, people communicated this stuff, this knowledge. This 18.6 thing was not obscure. It was like, check this out, this is cool. And so, I mean, it's just amazing. You put this all together in this one little site. I just love it. So I'm going to end in one spot here, good old Cincinnati, Ohio, at the Theodore M. Berry International Friendship Park. There's an, I was going to say archaeoastronomy site. It's getting old, but it's not that old. They put together these 7 pillars, and I think it's called 7 vessels. And they wanted to mark those same things, the equinoxes and the solstices, with a kind of work of art. And so these are the 3 sunrise markers. So we've got summer solstice, equinoxes, winter solstice. And so this is right along the river there. And it's got the sunset markers, winter solstice, equinoxes, summer solstice. And one in the middle where the sun comes through the shaft every day at noon. Well, local noon at least. And so it's kind of a neat little design with these 7 vessels here. And so the sunlight can come through those. So if you want to test those out, you can see if they're working. And the artist was from England. And so the sunrises and sunsets be different in England they are from in the United States. And so I felt very privileged because the city parks consulted with me. They said, okay, this is what the guy said it should be. Are these logs going to be in the right place? And I got to say, yeah, he got it right. So I was happy to confirm that it worked out. So this is right along the river in the International Friendship Park, and kind of cool to see. They're still there, and it's kind of a fun little thing. So check it out if you're in the Cincinnati area, and it's kind of neat to see. All right. Well, that takes us around the world and back to Cincinnati again. Thanks for tuning in for this. Hope you enjoyed our trip around. These are only just some of them. I mean, there's so many other ones around the world that we could have highlighted also, but these are definitely my favorites. And it's incredible to see how widespread this was and how really sophisticated it was too, for being so old for some of these things, some case thousands of years old, that they could measure these things. It's just really incredible to see. So before we break, I wanted to show you a few things. And let's see here. First, if you liked our class, I hope you take some more of them. We've got a lot of them signed up here too. So if you go to our online astronomy classes page, go to the upcoming pages, and you will see we have one more this month called Fly Me to the Moon, where we will go off to the bigger trip. If you got cabin fever, all right, there we go. Let's go with the Apollo astronauts. This one's good for all ages too. So we still have, you can sign up for that. That's next Tuesday at 7 o'clock. And then this just in, you guys have the scoop on this. We just posted the December class dates. So December 10th is Ask the Astronomer. I'm going to answer your favorite, the most popular questions I get, and we'll do a rapid fire round where you can put your questions in and I'll answer them super fast. So check that out on December 10th at 7 o'clock. Then on the 16th is Space Rarities. We have a very cool conjunction happening on December 21st. I'm going to talk about that, plus some eclipses and things to look forward to. So that's on the 16th. And then we got two classes back to back. We have a Constellation Myths for Kids classes on the 21st at 7 o'clock. And then we've got Constellation Myths for Adults on December 22nd at 7 o'clock. And these are star stories you can't tell the kids. So it's supposed to be for adults. So I say, although they are far from rated R, it's class for geared for adults only. We do the uncensored versions, I guess we'd say. So you could pick which level you want, the G-rated or the PG-13 rated. That's probably about what they really are, something like that. So check those out on our website on the events page and sign up for those, and be glad to have you join us for this. And let's see, Sam, how are we doing so far? Do we get some questions that we need to get to too?
We've got a couple of questions here. Our first question is, are there any sites similar to the ones that you've been talking about in Asia or the Middle East?
Yeah, there are. There's Middle East is a little trickier, but I know there's some in India especially. That's the ones that I'd like to add to my list of things to talk about in the future. So there's definitely some in India. And so I think that's the main one that I want to add in the future. That's for sure.
All right, our next one is the book that you mentioned, is it called Earthworks of Mississippi Valley?
Yes, by, oh boy, who's it by? Two people. Anyway, Earthworks of Mississippi Valley, that's it. Yep, it's kind of hard to get because it's not like in normal print. I got my copy not from Amazon, but from somewhere else. But yep, that's the one, most definitely. Let me look it up so I can get the authors. But
so then the next question is, what happens every 18.4 years affecting the lives of those who lived near the octagon?
Nothing. That's the thing, is that this 18.6 year cycle of this thing, there's nothing that it does. There's nothing like they would see it affects on anything. It really is literally showing off. It's really saying, I can tell you where the moon's going to be very far in the future. Knowing this can help you a little bit with predicting eclipses, but not as much as you would think. It's really just, yeah, it's really saying, hey, I have this knowledge. You guys can show where the sun goes, but I can show you where the moon's going to go. That's how I read it, at least.
All right, our next question is, does Göbekli Tepe in Turkey have any astronomical significance?
Ooh, that's another one I don't know very much, or I don't know about at all. So that one I can't talk about with any kind of confidence, but that's definitely another one that I'd like to add to my list of cool ones to do. So thanks, I'll note that one also.
All right, are the monoliths in Wales and England also archaeoastrological?
The monoliths, are those the ones that are just kind of sticking out in the plains? I know there's other little stones that are kind of sticking out in places. I think some have been correlated to some rising spots, but the others have not. that they're just kind of strewn about. But I think there are some that are, but I'm not as familiar with those either.
All right, and then are there 4 classes each month?
Generally speaking, yeah, we're going to try to do about 1 a week, or 4 each month. So that's going to be the pattern we're probably going to go with.
All right, so we've got 2 questions left. How many places have you visited, and what is next on your list?
Well, let's see, out of all those that I showed you, I've been to most of them, but I was really close to going to Newgrange in Ireland. I had booked a trip where I was the entertainment, actually. So they booked a trip for me. I was the tour astronomer, and we didn't get enough people signed up for it. So I was this close to going, and then they're like, "Nah, we can't go." And so Newgrange was going to be my next one, but I think I would like to really go to Chaco Canyon in New Mexico. It's a little hard to access, and every time I'm in the area, I'm always driving like a sedan, and I think you need 4-wheel drive at least to get back there. At least I think it helps. So that one's a little tough to get to, but that one's really high on my list because I want to see that spiral and the if I'm allowed even there. That's the other trick. It's kind of protected, so it's that one's a little hard to get to.
All right, and our last question is, how did you get so interested in the stars, mythology, etc.?
Yeah, it came to me later in life. I didn't know this is what I wanted to do with my my life until I kind of fell into it. I started working for the Cincinnati parks, and at one of the parks they had a planetarium, and they said, "Dean, you're running the planetarium now." I said, "I don't know where anything is." And I said, "Well, you'll figure it out." And so that's exactly what I did. I got under the dome and I started finding all these stars and constellations. And I just fell in love with the subject. And so that was that was 22, almost 23 years ago now when the stars found me and changed my life forever. It was, I knew that right away that was what I wanted to do. And so I hope it comes across that I'm very enthusiastic about the subject and hopefully get you all enthusiastic about it too.
Excellent.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for coming tonight. And hopefully we'll see you at some future classes, but you do have some homework to do. You need to get out there and do some stargazing whenever you can. So look for those planets and definitely want you to come back for some future classes. And we're also trying to work out a way that you can give these classes as gifts. It's kind of easy to do. You can just sign up for multiple tickets for these, and then you put their email addresses in the comments section, and then we'll get them on the list and they get to get the classes too. So if you're really liking these classes, it's a great gift to give out to people and spread the word to people all around the country because we'd love to have them joining us as well. Well, until I see y'all next time, as we say around here, keep looking up, and hopefully we'll see you again at a future class. And Sam, thanks so much for helping out.
It's time for another prize. Olivia?
148.
Number 148. Number 148, Pat. What do they have?
Number 148, Vanessa Scott. You've won a Celestron Power Tank Lithium. Congratulations.
All right, guys, don't forget to get your 2021 Winter Star Party swag right here at this address. Next, let's spend a few minutes with Greg Bragg from Celestron. He's going to show us a video on the new StarSense mount.
Hi, everybody. Greg Bragg here from Celestron. Welcome to the 2021 Virtual Winter Star Party. I've been asked to give you a little demonstration on a product that we announced in January of last year. We started shipping them sometime in the beginning of 2020. It's doing very well for us. It's designed for the beginner, but it's also something you guys that are serious about this, who love to do outreach, will really find attractive. This is called the StarSense Explorer. We have 4 models. We have an 80 millimeter and a 114 millimeter, of course, a refractor and a reflector. that are in the LT series, they retail for around $180. They're a little smaller tripod and a little different control for holding your phone on the telescope. It actually fits on the scope itself. This is the DX version. It's offered in an 80 millimeter refractor and 130 millimeter reflector. As you can see, the cradle here is off to the side. This is where your smartphone is held. There's a little mirror system right here that actually reflects the night sky into the cell phone lens to help the user find where the objects are, and has a list of objects and all that kind of stuff. We'll go through that in a second. This series sells for around $400, the 102 and the 130. Okay, as you can see, it comes with a nice sturdy tripod. It also includes a nice 4-inch refractor. It does offer the ability on both LT and DX series to use a 2-inch diagonal. This actually has the ability to put a slip-in 2-inch diagonal on it, so you can use 2-inch eyepieces. And because it has a dovetail, it's actually, the tube is actually movable. So you can balance the heavier weighted eyepieces back here on the back of the scope and not have any issues. So let me give you the basics of what this does. This is the first telescope on the market that uses smartphone technology to help the beginner find the objects in the night sky. It comes with a little piece of software that is called StarSense. This is free, downloadable by anybody. But if you are a purchaser of the LT or the DX series scopes, you actually get a code to activate the software so it works with the telescope together. That code is entered into the software. You can do up to 5 phones, so multiple family members and stuff like that can use their own phone instead of having to use the same phone. But that's a really advantage for families with, teenagers and stuff like that. They want to take the telescope around, they can use their own phone and not have to take their parents' phone. On top of that, this is very much like a hand controller for a computerized telescope. It works very similar. You do an alignment procedure. It's very simple. You put the phone on the cradle, and underneath this little cap here is a mirror, and the mirror is pointed towards the sky. The sky actually reflects off of the mirror into the cell phone lens, and that is part of the alignment procedure to get the telescope's eyepiece, the object in the eyepiece, aligned with the smartphone. The second thing it does is it offers an opportunity through a menu, and you probably can't see this well, but I'll do some close-ups of this for you and include in the video. But it offers objects for city view and dark sky viewing, and that gives the user an opportunity, even while they're in the city, to see some pretty cool objects. So basically what happens is you start the phone, the software, and then you attach the phone to the cradle, and you use the controls. This is an XYZ holder, which has multiple platform movements up and down, forward and backward, side and side, and you center the lens over the phone. So you basically go into the setup feature to do the alignment of the phone, and there's a little menu that says Camera Setup Assistant, and the camera assistant actually walks you through how to get the phone and the mirror aligned together. By the way, this works on almost all the phones on the market: Google, Apple, Android, all that stuff is functional with our software and with this setup procedure. And then once the phone is aligned over the mirror, then the camera on the phone is aligned over the mirror, then there's a procedure to line the telescope on an object, just like you would the finder scope. Now, we include the finder scope. You don't really need the finder scope unless you want to get out there and do some freewheeling and not use the smartphone technology to find objects. But the finder scope is rarely used while you're using the phone. So you point the telescope at an object, you line that object up in the center of the eyepiece, and then you have a crosshair functionality on the phone that actually gives you a look at the object. You do that during the daytime, by the way. That gives you a view of the object that you're looking at through the eyepiece, You center the object in the phone by moving a little target around. It's a crosshair actually. And once you get the object that's in the telescope in the center of the crosshairs, then you tell it you've done that. That's the alignment procedure. You have to do that during the day. Don't wait until it gets dark to do that, or it can't reflect the object that you're pointing the telescope to properly. So that's an important functionality of the alignment procedure. If you don't do it during the day, you're not going to have a whole lot of luck getting it done at night. So do that before the sun sets. And then once you've done that, the phone actually saves that functionality as long as the platform doesn't move around, and that you can put the phone back in the same spot. And then you just tell the phone that you've done that procedure, and it comes up and says, do we still need to do an alignment, or is the alignment still there? And then you just select that it's still there, and you go forward, and then the menu pops open and gives you all the objects. I did this with a group of guys early last year that a lot of them have never looked through a telescope. A few of them have, but not all of them. And we took this out in front of a friend of mine's house. It was terrible. The front porch light was on. The motion detector light over his garage was on. There was a street light just a few feet from his driveway, and it was not the greatest conditions, obviously. But we looked at Orion's Nebula, we looked at the double cluster, we looked at Andromeda, and we looked at the moon. And each object is selected through the menu. It actually gives you some recommendations, and you select those. And then it tells you with arrows as to where to point the telescope. And once you get it on the object, the target goes from red to green. And then when you get the object that you're looking at centered in the center of the green target, then it's actually in the eyepiece. We did that for 4 objects with 10 guys in about 25 or 30 minutes. Most people that have never been outside with the telescope would have really no clue as to finding anything other than the moon. Maybe they see some bright things that they think might be planets or not, but if they don't know they're planets, then it's a real challenge. But we also looked through not long ago, back in December, when the conjunction was going on between Saturn and Jupiter. We had it out in my driveway. We had it up and down the street with 2 or 3 different neighbors looking at that, and it actually came up and said there's a conjunction. And we were able to see through this telescope a pretty cool view of Saturn and Jupiter together side by side. It's very simple to find. In fact, one of my neighbors said he saw it the night before while he was walking on the street trying to see it, because I've been mentioning it to him, and he swore he saw it. Well, it turned out it was Mars that he was seeing, and wasn't really sure what he was looking at. Of course, it's way high in the sky compared to Jupiter and Saturn. And when I asked him to point it out to me, he pointed up there, and said, it's up there. I said, no, Saturn and Jupiter's over there. And he goes, how do you know that? So it helps to know a little bit, but this actually helped us find it, and it was really cool. I really don't know if you get the gist of how this works without really seeing it done. But believe me, it is the easiest telescope I've ever used. Another cool function about it is if you align a computerized telescope, if you move that telescope, you have to do a new alignment because the counts and everything get messed up. With this telescope, during that evening with the 10 guys, we couldn't see Andromeda because it was behind trees. So we actually picked it up and walked to another side of the yard. This actually does plate solving. So the camera is photographing objects off of the reflected mirror and determining where the telescope is. So that actually allowed us to move the telescope. It said, don't move the telescope. It took about 3 seconds. It did a photograph of the sky. It plate solved it in the software. And then it said, okay, here's where the Andromeda galaxy is now, move it to that. And it was dead on. So that's a really, really cool feature, especially if you're doing outreach, especially if you're in a city situation, maybe a park where you want to look at something at one direction that's covered by trees. That is, to me, probably the biggest advantage of using this type of software in your phone connected to your telescope. I mean, it's not really connected, but in functionality with the telescope, and it worked really, really good. I think I actually showed this at the Winter Star Party in 2020, and I probably showed it to 40 or 50 people. And we did really crazy things like making sure the telescope wasn't level, the tripod was all kiltered and everything. And all of the objects we put in there actually were right in the center of the eyepiece. So we did that 2 or 3 nights in a row, and lots of people got to look at it, and lots of people were impressed. I would encourage you to reach out and look at our website, celestron.com. Look at the StarSense Explorer series. Again, there's 2, the LT, which is around $180, and the DX, which is around $399. Hope you picked up something here. I hope this helps you in your efforts to reach out to the individuals that are interested in their hobby and that are beginners and want to learn something. I think if you showed one of these to one of the beginners, they would be ready to get into this hobby really quickly. It would help them a long way to finding objects without having to learn the night sky and all that kind of stuff. I hope you enjoy the rest of the virtual Star Party. Look forward to seeing you in 2022 at the Winter Star Party. Thanks very much for listening. Bye.
It's time for another prize drawing. Olivia?
53.
Number 53 sounds like a good number to me. Pat, give him a prize.
Number 53, David Woods. You won a discount dovetail and a t-shirt, plus a merchandise pack from the Winter Star Party. Congratulations.
Hi, I'm Kent Marsh with Explore Scientific. One of the great things about modern amateur astronomy equipment is the ability to track the sky with the use of a computer, an iPad, or an Android tablet, and a motorized mount like the Explore Scientific PMC-8. But what if you're just starting out or have a mount that is manually controlled? How do you find celestial objects? All you need is a clear sky and a Tyrian two-sided planisphere. This planisphere, created by renowned celestial cartographer Will Tyrian, is for the Northern Hemisphere. If you don't have one of these, you can find it in our online store. Some of our products come with a smaller planisphere that works like this one, but uses 24-hour time and Roman numerals. Honestly, I prefer this one because it's easier to read and contains tons of information. This planisphere is for anyone in the Northern Hemisphere up to 60 degrees latitude north. A planisphere works by aligning the month, day, and time to show what's in the night sky at any time of the night throughout the year. One side shows the northern half of the sky, while the other side shows the southern half of the sky. Now let's line up the date and time. Let's say it's 10 p.m. on August 25th. The first thing to do is find 10 p.m. and it will be in the blue portion of the planisphere, just inside the date ring. Move the date ring to the position on August 25th. Line up the August 25th mark to 10 p.m. You're done. Easy. You now have a map that shows what the night sky looks like in the Northern Hemisphere at 10 p.m. on August 25th. The cool thing about this Tyrian two-sided planisphere is that once the time and date are lined up on one side, it's also lined up on the other. Now we have to orient ourselves to make the map reflect what's in the sky. The North Star, which is named Polaris, is almost exactly due north and should be the brightest thing you can see in that area of the sky. Once you found Polaris, you're facing north. Hold the planisphere with the northern side facing towards yourself and position Polaris inside the metal ring so it shines through. Super easy. If you're facing south, simply hold the planisphere level with your eyes to get your bearings. With the map correctly oriented, you should be able to find your way around the night sky. I'm Kent Martz. Keep watching our channel for more how-to videos from Explore Scientific.
Now let's do a little bit of traveling. We're going to go down under to Australia to meet with Andy Campbell. Andy has won many awards. He has also done several exhibitions and has quite a few APODs to his credit as well. For those of you not in the know, that is the Astronomy Picture of the Day, published every day online by NASA. And now we present awe-inspiring deep space photography by Andy Campbell.
G'day guys, how you doing? Adam Williams here from Adam Williams Creative. We've got a real treat today. Andrew Campbell, Andy Campbell. He's going to kill me for calling him Andrew, probably. Andy Campbell from Andy's Astro Images, one of the world's renowned astrophotographers. Absolutely incredible presentation that we've got on today. Now, make sure, before we get started, make sure that you hit the like button. Tell YouTube that this is worth watching. If you don't mind, also hit the share button and tell your friends and family that this is going to be an incredible presentation. Hopefully we're coming through loud and clear. Let me know if we're not. As always, questions over here in the comments. I'll be monitoring those questions as we go. Let me tell you a little bit about Andy's photography and the awards he's achieved. Today's a real treat. In fact, Andy was meant to go and deliver this presentation to one of the world's biggest astrophotography conferences, the Northeast Astro Imaging Conference over in the States. It was all paid, all set, all done, all sponsored to go over there and deliver this particular presentation. So we're going to get that today, that exact presentation, which is absolutely incredible. Some of the awards that Andy has managed to amass over the years: NASA Astronomy Photo of the Day 6 times. That's one of the biggest honors in astrophotography, and chosen from all the astro imaging experts, you know, around the world. So the Hubble telescope is in the mix when they're choosing this image. And Andy from a little, you know, little telescope, or biggish telescope, let's say, in the backyard, has won that 6 times, which is absolutely phenomenal. Victorian AIPP Science Photographer of the Year in 2015, 2016, 2017. AIPP Australian at the APA Photographer of the Year for Science again in 15 and 16. Winner of the Deep Sky section of the David Malin Awards in 2015, and the QSI International Astro overall winner, astrophotography overall winner in 2019. Absolutely incredible. We are absolutely privileged to have Andy with us here. Let's bring him on. Let's give him a big round of applause. He won't be able to hear it, but we'll give him a bit of those ones. And
hey guys,
we are now.
Hey guys, can you hear me right?
Yep, we got you there, Andy. How you doing?
Hey guys, nice to see you here. Thanks for tuning in and coming to check out my world. And I guess we can take you out of this one and for the next hour or so and take you out into a different place and worlds altogether. So thanks for tuning in. Hope you've got a bit of an interest in deep space and astronomy and all that kind of stuff. I think the one thing that unifies us wherever we are in the world is our love of space. I mean, you go camping, you step away from the campfire, doesn't matter where you are in the world, you look up and you go, wow, and you start asking yourself those big questions about, you know, life, the universe and everything. And I'm just lucky enough that I've got some equipment that I can bring some of those things forward and we can kind of celebrate a little bit about what we see. So I thought I might take you on a bit of a journey today of a little bit of how we do that, what's involved, what's required, a little bit of the background behind it, what you're looking at, and some of the cool stuff that's, you know, really far away that is out there. And I don't know, maybe Adam can do a shout out there and find out if anyone's actually looked through a telescope and seen the rings of Saturn, for example. Because if you haven't seen the rings of Saturn through a telescope yourself, the first time you actually do that, it's like, oh my gosh, it's real. It's actually real. You know? And it just blows people away. So hopefully we can do a little bit of that today. Oh, and give us a shout out. Where are you guys all from today? Where's everyone from, Adam?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. In the comments, let us know where you're
around the world.
Let us know where you're all from. A big thank you for joining us today, Andy. Absolutely incredible. Funny story, actually. I've seen the rings of Saturn. When I got married, a bit of a side story. I got married in Uluru on the sand dunes, overlooking Uluru there. And actually, as part of the reception, which was just in the sand dunes under the beautiful night sky, we had the local astrologist, if you like, come in and with his big torch and point out and tell us all the stories of the constellations. And they had some, I don't know what style of telescopes they had there, but enough to see the rings of Saturn. So we all got to see that as well. And it was absolutely incredible because, as you've said, we've all sat around the campfire or whatnot, had a couple of beers and wondered what's really out there. And I'm really looking forward to you showing us all of those incredible colors and patterns and, you know, whatnot out there today. So Oh, here we go. We've got Canberra and Brisbane, Toowoomba, Bunbury, South Australia. We saw a couple of people that were from the States before. Phillip Island, Belgium. Here we go. Patrice from Belgium. Everyone's here. We've got a big crew, guys. As we have in the previous.
We'll give a shout out to my buddy Ray over there in Oregon, and hi to everyone else around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll hand it over to you, Andy, if you want to share your screen. It looks like Andy has out-shirted me today as well. I love that shirt, mate. I've been out-shirted.
Hey, while we're talking about shirts, I'm lucky enough to do this gig for the World Science Festival a few times each year. And typically Dr. Karl Krushelnitsky will be there. And I don't know if you've seen Dr. Karl before, but he's not only a fantastic speaker and a lovely man, but he's got a bit of a shirt thing going on. Yeah, I've got a few selfies with Dr. Karl with the shirts.
Yeah, the combination of shirts must be pretty incredible when you two get together, mate, for sure.
Well, it lights up the room a bit, but takes the emphasis off our faces, and that's all good. Anyway, I'll share the screen now, and we'll see what we can pop up here.
Go for it, mate.
And we'll press play on this. All right, you got the big screen up there, Adam? We good?
I do. I'm just adjusting it so I got your presentation taking up 80%, and I can see your profile and my profile there. Ready to go, mate. Take it away.
Perfect. All right, here we go. So obviously, if we're going to go out to space, we need a couple of telescopes to do this sort of stuff. And this was one that was fairly dear to me for the last year or so. As you can see, it impressed the kids as well. I've got 3 boys, and it takes a lot to impress them. And this one was one we brought home and used for about 1.5 years before I moved it on fairly recently. But a lot of the images in today's presentation are with this particular telescope. And I'll show you a little bit more of that shortly. Anyone who wants to know some of the technical stuff that's related to that, it's obviously on the screen there, but if you've got any questions, drop them in later. And that's what it looks like out in the field, all set up and ready to astro image. And some of the best astro images are obviously taken out where there's no light pollution. So this one's set up in a little town called Kilmore, which is about 1.5 hours out of Melbourne at a mate of mine's property. And it's a good site to get away from most of the light pollution. The further away you go, if you get about 2 hours out of Melbourne, it's even better. The Astronomical Society of Victoria's got a nice dark site at Heathcote that we're privileged enough to be able to use as part of our membership. And the only downside for that is that this one at Kilmore is just a fraction closer, and my buddy tends to distract me with a warm fire, Scotch whiskey, and a bed at the end of the night. So these attractions tend to keep me a little bit closer to home. But this is my little baby rig. This is a tiny telescope. When I say tiny, I mean it's a 336mm lens, if you like. Now, if you put that on a regular DSLR, 300mm lens is a pretty serious thing to be pointing at something. But when you're pointing at the sky, it's pretty wide field. And so it's a really good telescope if you want to photograph larger areas and larger objects in the sky. And I've been lucky enough to pick up a few awards with this little baby. It's made by a company called Stellarview. And this is the current weapon of choice. This is my dream scope. So this thing's called the Takahashi TOA 130, and it's Japanese. It's absolutely Rolls-Royce of telescopes. I guess if we put that in camera terms, this is the Hasselblad or Leica of telescope lenses. Absolutely state-of-the-art, beautiful, big refractor. When I say a refractor, light travels in from the top end and just travels through a couple of lenses before it hits the camera, whereas with the Newtonian style, it bounces around a couple of mirrors. But with the refractor, it's quite a gorgeous thing to use. And the big camera sitting on the end of it, which has got QSI written on it, that's the one I was lucky enough to win in their competition last year. It's worth about 12,000 Australian dollars. And I was quite privileged to win that. And then I had to trade in my old telescope to make it work with this one. But happy days. And the other thing about these cameras is you need some filters to run them, and the filters to shoot these nebulas that I'm going to show you are not cheap. You're talking about $1,000 a filter in some cases. So this is a breakdown of what a Newtonian telescope on a mount looks like and what it does. When I say tracking mount, obviously the Earth is rotating as the night goes on, and then you'll see the stars moving from above your head, and you've got to enable the camera to follow the stars effectively. So as the mount rotates parallel with the core of the Earth, we're able to lock in on a star and keep it there all night. So there you are. You can see our telescopes aligned with the southern celestial pole, or if you're in the northern hemisphere, of course, you've got the northern celestial pole. And you've got a star up there in the northern hemisphere called Polaris. And Polaris is extremely close to your northern celestial pole. It makes it very easy for you guys to align your telescope mount. In the south, we've got something called octans. It's about mag 14. It's almost impossible to see it. So you guys have got it easy. But we've got the coolest stuff to look at. So there you go. So this is the camera, and that's what we call the filter wheel, which is built in. And with the filters in there, you've got red, green, blue, luminance, and some narrowband filters, which I'll talk more about shortly. And the camera itself records black and white images through these filters, and then we build color shots afterwards out of that. So the actual post-production on this is quite involved. And if we take a photograph, an astrophotograph over perhaps 2 or 3 nights, it'll probably take us at least best part of 2 days to process it as well. Crazy stuff. So you also need a bit of software to drive everything. And space is effectively Google mapped, if you like. So there's research telescopes all around the world that are basically mapping the heavens. So they take a picture, clunk, move up, take a picture, clunk, move across, take a picture, clunk, move down, take a picture, clunk. And eventually they'll build up a map of the entire Milky Way and the areas around us. Now, that is a great resource that we can then translate into our astrophotography, because we can then use the coordinates of any objects and we can program them into what we call planetarium software. And this enables us then to send our telescope in the direction of whichever object it is that we want to photograph with some degree of accuracy. And because we have to do this night after night, and in some cases, in my situation, I'm in the backyard. I don't have an observatory as such, so I live in Melbourne, which means it can rain a lot, which means basically a lot of packing up and setting down of the entire equipment each time. So you want to make sure that you're able to go back to your object every time with accuracy. You can also drive these mounts and these telescopes nowadays with software on your phone, which is pretty cool. And with some of my colleagues who are well advanced in the automation side of things, they can literally sit in their lounge rooms, watch TV and tell their remote controlled telescope and observatory 2 hours away in the country to take photographs for them, which is mind-blowingly cool. So I thought I'd show you a little bit of the capture software now. So with this one, this is a little graph of the guide scope. So we've got our mount, we've got our telescope, and we've got a little guide scope, which is effectively a video camera. And that video camera is locked on to a tiny star, and then it's sending micropulses into the mount to keep that star within 1 pixel of your frame on your camera. So it's extremely accurate system, and it works incredibly well. It does vary a little bit night after night, depending on what sort of turbulence there might be in the atmosphere or the jet stream. But most of the time now, the software enables us to process most of the inaccuracies out. And PhD2, which is the program there that I'm using, it literally stands for pushing a dummy. So whoever wrote that, I think there's a guy called Craig Stark, originally did a great job. So it's one of the most popularly used guiding platforms out there, and it's free. Woohoo! something out there is actually free. This is Nebulosity, which is my capture program of choice at present. I say my capture program of choice because I'm stubborn and I still use a Mac for doing everything. Now, most of the astronomy world, I discovered to my horror, actually works on PC. And I guess it's science-based, so that's how it is. But when I started on this with my Mac, I thought, well, you know, you guys are basically photographers. Why aren't you using Macs? But then I realized that most of them weren't actually photographers. They're coming in from a science background or an IT background. So in fact, most of the software is written by technical people, which is terrific. But occasionally you get something that's cross-platform, like Nebulosity. Some of these other ones, APT, Backyard EOS, they're really, really good packages if you want to drive a DSLR, for example. If you don't have an astronomical camera as such, you can bolt your own DSLR on the back of a telescope and take some great shots. And then you can go fully advanced with something called Sequence Generator Pro, which is the one I was referring to earlier, where you can set that up for full automation and sit in your lounge room and your cameras will do their stuff. This particular image I'm just showing you is something called the Fighting Dragons of Ara. And we'll see that a couple of times today as we build up the image that we're taking. And when I say build up the image, astronomical photographs are taken with a series of what they call sub-exposures. So we take many, many shots of the same thing as the night goes on, as the telescope tracks through. We might take 6 hours of one particular filter to build up enough signal to noise ratio to get a clear picture. And eventually then we stack those photographs together to get a clear picture. In the meantime, the software here enables us to run the filter sequences, run them, so 10, 30-minute exposures, for example. We can cool the camera to -30 on the chip, because obviously that will help us minimize the amount of noise that's coming across the chip. Essentially, you know, with a camera like this, the longer you leave it open, you've got current running through the CCD, which builds up heat, which builds up noise, and, you know, makes it kind of grainy, if you like. So by cooling it, we can do all that clever stuff. So they've got it all figured out. And then we go to an actual demonstration here. So I've got a little video that I'll quickly show you. It only goes for a couple of minutes. I've set up here to photograph a galaxy. So let's see if we can get this to run. Good
evening, guys. How you going? It's Andrew here. I'm here at Starbase 1 in the country, and we're going to get ready to shoot ourselves interacting galaxies tonight. Now, interacting galaxies is, it doesn't do it justice. We're talking about galactic collisions. We're talking about two galaxies going boom, boom. Yeah, cool. Sounds amazing, but it's actually true that there's actually galaxies out there running into each other, and it actually takes them best part of 100,000 years or more, millions of years, to actually make this happen. So tonight, I'm going to have a crack at trying to photograph something called the antenna galaxies. That's two galaxies that are interacting, saying hello, if you like, in a very close and up personal way. The thing about these galaxies is that they're 60 million light years away. That's 60 trillion kilometers away. That's insane. So with this baby here, I'm hoping that we can get some kind of a picture that might look half decent. Now, it won't look as good as this one. And I'll just got to show you this because it's really, really cool. Where are we? Just flip this one. Yeah. Okay, so this is a Hubble picture, right? That'll give you a little bit of an idea about what it is that we're going to attempt to photograph tonight. I doubt I'll get anything near that. But it's always been on my bucket list to try and get some interacting galaxies in a photograph. So that's what we're here for tonight. We've got the big Newtonian telescope. I reckon if we can get maybe 6 or 8 hours at least of data on this thing, we might get a good start. And certainly, as you can see in the background, the skies are clear. So we're looking pretty good. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. Hopefully we'll have a good result. Hopefully we'll have a great picture to show you. And catch you later, guys. See ya.
I'll show you the photo, guys, and this is what we came up with.
Oh, wow.
So these are the interacting galaxies. They look a bit like I guess, a love heart in space. And it's just quite extraordinary when you're looking at these. So they're sort of preying off each other. They're literally drawing material from each other. It has created this sort of tidal tails, which you can see swooping out under the heart shape itself. And eventually, they tell me that they tell me it's said that the gravitational tidal forces here will eventually create a massive black hole. So it's pretty amazing what's up there in space. And with my little telescope that I was shooting that with, I think the picture came out reasonably well. You also note that it's not smack bang in the middle of the frame, because I'm a photographer and I kind of look at things like Adam would look at when he's taking landscapes with, you know, the rule of thirds and composition. And what I try to do is, I guess, give some sense of context of what's around that particular galaxy while we're shooting it. So pretty amazing stuff.
Yeah.
This one's one that you've probably all seen and know, the Pleiades. Now, does anyone out there drive a Subaru, Adam?
I'm sure they do. I've got a Subaru here at home in the driveway.
Well, there you go. Well, you probably know that the logo on the grille on the front and on your steering wheel is in fact this very star constellation, because the Japanese word for the Pleiades is Subaru.
Oh, there you go. I didn't know.
There you are.
Absolutely.
So there's obviously a lot more than 7 of them. But this particular one is known by humans since the dawn of time. It's been recorded by the Aboriginals, by the Aztecs, the Mayans. It's got, I think, 2 or 3 mentions in the Bible. It's in the Quran. Everybody's had their own mythology about it. But I guess one of the stories I liked was the Greek mythology story where you've heard of Atlas, who was the guy who carries the world on his shoulders. You know, he's literally, you see him in a statue with a globe on his back. Well, these are the daughters of Atlas, and they were having a lovely time picnicking and that kind of stuff. And then Big Bad Orion, the hunter, would always come chasing after them and try and kind of, you know, interact with them and ruin their day a bit. So Zeus, who was the king of the gods, took pity on them, and he turned them into stars so that they might be reunited with their father. And that's why when you look up in the summertime in Australia and you see the Pleiades coming up, and then about 2 hours later you'll see Orion coming up, and Big Bad Orion will always chase after the 7 sisters, but he'll never catch them. Anyway, I like that story. My mum told me that one when I was about 5 years old, because I could see this out my window, and I took this one for her at a dark site just after she passed away in her memory. So that one's for my mum.
Beautiful.
There you go. Oh, and the reason it's blue is it's what they call a reflection nebula. So these are hot young stars. I guess that's a little bit like, you know, Newsboys or something, in space, and they're traveling behind a very large dust cloud. And so it's a bit like the Rayleigh effect, for example, the same way that we get blue skies above us in our atmosphere. The light that's refracting off becomes this sort of hot blue light as such.
Yeah, stunning.
And that one's nearby. It's only 444 light years away.
Just down the road, yeah.
Something like this thing, for example, well, and now we're talking 7 million light years away.
Oh, wow.
I remember showing this one to my kids and saying, "Hey kids, this is where Luke Skywalker lives." They believed me for about, I don't know, 10 seconds or something. So I'm just jumping ahead of myself there. And but what I thought it was really nice about this is it's one of those sort of classic beautiful galaxies that has that sort of flowery shape to it, if you like. And typically the old stars get quite sort of yellow towards the end of their life, and they're concentrated towards the center of the galaxy, and then the hot blue stars are towards the outside. Galaxies are often called faint fuzzies because they're literally almost impossible to see, and they're very far away. And well, when you look at them through a telescope, it's not exactly mind-blowing because our eyes aren't really sensitive enough to see all of this in great detail. So we're getting a view of them that I guess is not nearly as good as what we can get with a camera. Our eyes are made of rods and cones. Let me get this right. always get this one wrong. The rods, I think, are the ones that detect light, and the cones detect color. The cones are not sensitive enough to pick up color. So when you look through a telescope, you see black and white pictures, basically. You see black and white images. But when you put a camera on it, then the colors are more pronounced. So this one was like 30 hours exposure, which is insane. I think that's about 5 or 6 nights at a dark site. But it came out pretty well.
Yeah, it looks gorgeous.
So pop quiz for your audience.
There we go. There we go.
Has anyone seen a UFO out there?
Well, I think I have a couple of times, to be honest. But
really,
yeah. Well, yeah. I've seen things that are. There was one. I was out photographing one morning, a sunrise, and there was a. It ended up being explained as a rocket booster that came flying off, but it came over Australia. It must have been about 10 years, 15 years back. And I was telling all my friends, I saw something really weird this morning. And there I am as a photographer with a really high quality DSLR sitting on the beach. And did I take it off and take a shot of the UFO? No, I didn't. I was just like, what is this? As it come across, swirling around. Yeah, anyway.
There you go. So, yeah, rocket boosters. Like the cup, by the way. This is my one of my cups from visiting Cape Canaveral last year.
Oh, how good is that?
That's the rocket. It actually says rocket fuel on the side of it. So there you go. Okay, so I haven't seen a UFO, but I took a photograph of one, and I'll show you now. It's okay. It's not a UFO. It's a galaxy, but it looks like a UFO.
Sure does.
Flying in space there, and it looks like a UFO being shot at by stormtroopers. Pew pew pew, coming in from the top there. And they reckon this galaxy is probably twice as big as the Milky Way. So it's just massive seeing these things. And it's quite beautiful. So it's a bit sort of like the previous one I showed you, but edge on. So instead of looking at it from front on, you're kind of looking at the edge of it, which is what you're seeing, this big dust lane running through the middle. An absolutely stunning and beautiful thing. So here's a little bit of a thought for us, guys. They tell me if we want to go to our nearest star, which is Proxima Centauri, and Proxima Centauri is one of the 2 Alpha Centauri pointers, if you like. So we in Australia in the Southern Hemisphere, we look up, we see the Southern Cross, and then there's the 2 pointers leading to it. And the brightest one at the bottom, that's our nearest star. It's a triple star system. You really wouldn't want to go there to live there, although there may be some exoplanets. It's, they're so close to the suns that it'll strip the atmosphere and be really hot and give you cancer in 90 seconds. But it would take us with our current technology, they say 86,000 years to get there. So that's kind of a bit of an idea of the vastness of space, and that's only 4 light years away. 4. So if you did want to go to what they call an exoplanet, which is a planet revolving around a star that may be capable of supporting life as we know it in what they call the Goldilocks zone, not too hot, not too cold, but just right to support life, you need to go to something called Barnard's star. And Barnard's star in Ophiuchus is 6 light years away. So now we're talking about a 200,000 year round trip. And I guess maybe it's a nice place to open a ski resort because, minus 200 on the surface, they're thinking. But obviously not somewhere that we want to go right now. So here's my question for you, audience. I'm not saying UFOs exist. I'm not saying they don't exist. But if they do exist, where do they come from? Because you'd have to have some mind-blowingly amazing technology to travel the vast distances required in our lifetime for us to be able to actually see one.
It's true.
So think that a little bit of thought through next time you've got a glass of red wine and a good companion to talk about with.
Quick question while I got you there. I noticed that one was 28. Was it 28 million light years away that lasted?
Something like that, yeah.
And how far out have you guys been able to image? Like, what's the furthest distance away you're able to capture something at the moment?
Well, with my equipment, the antenna was getting pretty distant at, I think, 60 million light years.
Wow.
I guess if you've got more powerful telescopes and, a lot more money, I say to my wife that You know, when sometimes she says, gee, your hobby's expensive. And I say, well, it's cheaper than a boat. And now it's getting on to being a much nicer boat.
Yes.
But, you know, my telescope that I was showing you there was about 1 meter in focal length.
Yeah.
You know, I know people who have telescopes that are 3 or 4 meters in focal length, and that's, you know, that's like ocean cruiser kind of boat territory. They can photograph some stuff that's much further away.
Okay.
But after that, you know, you're talking about professional observatories and getting way, way out there.
Mm.
But for what we can do from ground-based stuff, the reality is I can now take pictures that are better than anything in a textbook that I grew up with. In fact, I don't think I'd be wrong in saying I'm probably able to take photographs that are better than professional observatories were taking 20 years ago. And that's just because of the technology that's available now at modest equipment at reasonable prices.
Sure.
Yeah, it's pretty mind-blowing when you think about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. So what do I like to photograph the most? I like photographing things called nebulae. And this is not my photograph, obviously, which it was. This is one of the most famous pictures, astronomical pictures that's out there. This is from the Hubble. And this is the Pillars of Creation, which is in the what they call the Eagle Nebula in Serpens. And what you're seeing here is literally a star factory. So essentially, stars are born when hot gases merge together, drawn together, gravitational forces will attract them. And eventually the dust and the gas will eventually compress and eventually it basically which is then born, and tidal forces, solar winds, that kind of stuff will then push these gas and dust areas around into wacky looking shapes that we see here. And it's all happening over, you know, cosmic time, which is, you know, millions of years. But these star factories, because they produce quite unique light themselves, we can actually photograph the specific wavelengths of light, and that's how we make our pictures. So probably my most best known pictures are what we call narrowband images, and I'll talk about those now because most of these objects are built out of something called hydrogen and hydrogen alpha light, which is a very specific wavelength at 670 or 652 nanometers or thereabouts, is something that we can specifically filter for. So those very expensive filters I alluded to earlier, they'll block out everything except that hydrogen alpha light. So imagine putting a polarizing filter on your camera. You've seen, pick up a polarizing filter, they're quite dark. Well, these things are like Blues Brothers dark, like they're really dark filters. And they literally will only allow that 3 nanometer or 5 nanometer wavelength of light to come through, and they'll block out the moon, the street lights, light pollution, everything else, which means I can then photograph from my backyard. So if I show you a picture here, and you'll see this one's taken using the hydrogen alpha filter on the left of the nebula, and you can see all the dust and the swirls and the material in space there. But if you look at the one on the top right, which is taken with a conventional DSLR type camera, most of that information is missing. The camera literally can't record it because it's got the IR cut filter built into it, so that obviously if you're taking terrestrial photographs, you don't want infrared running in through your shots. But in deep space imaging, well, actually, we want to get rid of that filter so that we can see the cool stuff. So by merging that shot and the hydrogen alpha one together on the bottom, we can get the best of both worlds. So we can have a hydrogen alpha red, green, blue image, which is then scientifically valid and pretty. So what else can we do with that filter? Well, we can do some cool stuff. We can photograph something like this. And this is a very unique picture. This is the only one in the world that's taken in high res of this particular area of space.
Wow.
So what you're looking at here is the remnants of a supernova. So that very central star, that very tiny little blip in the middle, that went supernova many, many eons ago and scattered its stuff all over the immediate surrounding space. So what you're seeing is kind of the remnants of all of its stellar material being ejected out into the cosmos. and it's continually expanding. Now, this is an area that's something like 8 times the size of the full moon, which is huge in astronomical astrophotography terms. So I had to make this, even with my wide telescope, the little one that I showed you earlier. This is a 6-panel mosaic, and it literally took 6 months to record the data because it's so dim and so big. And I'm probably the only person stupid enough in the world to have a crack at doing this thing. That said, the moment I published it, NASA immediately published it as one of their APODs, which is very exciting. But you've got to really want to do this stuff. I tell you, it's, you know.
That's a spectacular result.
But it was pretty cool. And I think that's one of the nice things about astrophotography. We don't all have to shoot the same stuff. There's plenty of interesting stuff up there that not many people have shot. But you've got to really go off the beaten path and pore over these cartographical maps of the universe, if you like, and look at something and think, that's an interesting shape. I wonder how that would go with my camera, and could I get that with my telescope, and from where I am and what time of the year. And so a lot of planning and research goes into something like this, particularly if you're going to spend the next 6 months of your life taking one photo. You know, you've got to really want to do it. We've got another little quick demo here on the video of the setup in the backyard. So unlike the previous time when it was in the country, this is pretty much business as usual for me most of the time here in Melbourne. You know, I've got 3 boys, as you saw, and can't get away that often. And in Melbourne, it's, you know, the weather's not exactly brilliant. There's a saying here in the world that if you don't like the weather in Melbourne, come back in 20 minutes. Well, I'll show you the backyard observatory here, guys. So here we go.
Something a little different tonight. Welcome to Backyard Photography 101 with the Astro guy. And so what we've got tonight is I thought I'd show you my observatory. Yep, there's no observatory. This is where, believe it or not, almost all of the photographs that I take happen from. So all the APODs, all the Gold Award winners, all that sort of stuff, 95% of my photographs are taken here at home. Now, home is a city of 5 million people in Melbourne, Australia. We are 15 kilometres from the city, so we're dealing with a lot of light pollution. But fortunately, I have a really good sky. You see up there? I got lots of sky because we're on top of the hill. And in summertime, I've got a great view north, and in wintertime, I literally move the telescope up to the other end of the pool, and I've got a great view south. So what we use to photograph astrophotography from light pollutionville is a bunch of filters. And in my camera here, which is a very nice thing, it's made by QSI, it's handmade, and this has got a filter wheel in it, and that filter wheel has got some what they call narrowband filters in it. And that just means that we can photograph the nebulae with just the light emitted by the nebulae and nothing else. We can filter out the moon, we can filter out the light pollution, we can filter out everything except the light that's emitted by the nebula itself. So the 3 filters we have in there that we're using tonight will be the hydrogen alpha, ionized sulfur, and ionized oxygen. And those filters enable us to capture just that light source and nothing else. And we can be a little bit creative with the way we use the colors that we see emitted by that. The telescope itself, as you know, you've seen it before. It's a Newtonian telescope, about 1140 mil focal length, f4. Got a mirror up the top a bit. Oh, try to get that right. Sorry, missed it. Here we go. Got a mirror in there, secondary mirror, which then sends the light into the camera itself. And of course, we've got this fantastic mount. Now the mount, you can see how it pivots this way and it tilts this way. And what that does then, because we've got a little guide camera here sitting on top, which is like a little video camera, and it sends a signal into that mount that locks into the star or the subject that we're shooting, and it keeps it there all night long, at least until I run into some of my trees here because I'm in the backyard and I'm not in the country. So it is possible to take some really nice pictures from your backyard if you have the right equipment and the right filters. They're not cheap, but they do work very well. And you got the right camera, exactly.
So it's all possible, guys. So I'll skip over some of the technical stuff in case we sort of don't want to bore people too much. But you can see the wavelengths of the filters there that we're actually using on the bottom there. And they're very specific wavelengths of light picked out of the spectrum there. And what Hubble does is they assign those to specific colors. So if I show you a photograph here that I've built, and I'll show you the steps in which it's built, so you can get an idea of what's involved in actually producing a narrowband image. So this is taken just using the hydrogen alpha filter. And I guess that's the building block because most of the information up there is hydrogen alpha. The next filter is the ionized oxygen filter. Now you can see that there's only that little pool in the middle there of dust and gas with the ionized oxygen, which is kind of a hot tealy blue color because you've got stars being born in that area. And then you've got this ionized sulfur filter, which is showing, I guess, the shock fronts where those two gases are meeting and merging. When we then assign each of those filters to red, green, and blue in Photoshop and build our image, you'll get something that looks like this, which is interesting, if not slightly disgusting, unless you like purple stars and you're a Prince fan. So what I prefer to do then is to work those colors a little bit using Photoshop to enable us to come up with a final image, which in this case looks like this.
Yes.
And selected color is a really good thing for that. Wow. Now, if you tip your head on your side, you might be able to see a profile of a Chilean poet in the face in the blue area there with a little nose and an eye and a chin and a balding head. Someone called Gabriele Mistral, who this nebula is named after. You've got to use your imagination a little bit to make that work, but it's a pretty cool thing. I'm sorry, you guys up in the Northern Hemisphere, you don't get this one. This is Southern Hemisphere only. It's part of the Eta Carina Nebula, which is the biggest one in the Milky Way. But it's a spectacular target to have a crack at. And I think most amateur astrophotographers will have a go at it first up, along with M42, the Orion Nebula, because they're the biggest and brightest and supposedly easiest ones to shoot. I say supposedly.
Absolutely. Couple of questions there, Andy, if I can jump in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jane, just relating back to that last video, Jane says, did the location of your house, was it defined by a good astro location, or did you just make the most of what you already had, Andy?
My wife loved the house when she saw it at first, and then she sold me by saying it's a great place that you could do your astrophotography from, honey, and I had to agree, and the marriage remained intact.
Okay. Well, there was an element of that. And a couple of questions just on the technical side. What processing software do you use? Asked Beatrice, and also she asked, what brand of filters are you using?
Okay, I'll answer the last question first, and the second one segues into the next slide. The brand of filter I'm using is one called Chroma, C-H-R-O-M-A. Chroma is very high-end, beautiful filters. They're made in the United States. And I'll put in a plug for my buddy Tolga. I got them from tolgaastro.com. So you can check them out there and say nice things to him, drop my name, and who knows, he might help you out. This is my image processing software to lead on to that second question. This is one I use. It's called AstroPixel Processor. And this is dedicated astrophotography processing software. There are a few different packages out there. There's one called PixInsight. There's AstroPixel Processor. There's a couple of others, but I found this one, which was released only about a year or two ago. Kako Mabula Havenkamp wrote it, and it's absolutely brilliant because I'm visual and I can put all the subs into this and I can kind of see what I'm what I'm doing and what it's going to do. So you literally load all your lights into it, and then you also load in a bunch of other images. So you load in something called darks, and darks are literally where you take photographs with the lens cap on, and then you subtract one from the other, so you get rid of most of the noise. You take something called flats, which are pictures taken either through a white t-shirt or a light box, and you subtract those, and that removes any dust bunnies or irregularities within the telescope, vignetting, that kind of thing. Anyway, this will take care of all of that. You literally just throw them in there and effectively tell it what to do. So it'll register all those subs. Now, there might be in some of my mosaics 400 subs that it's then going to analyze each sub. It's going to look at where the stars are located, and it's going to then effectively overlap or register each one of those. And it does a brilliant job. It's actually fairly fast at doing it. And then it'll stack them, and it'll produce these masters that you've seen me then take into Photoshop afterwards. It also does a great job if you want to remove any residual light pollution. It's got some tools within it that help with that. And it can help give you really accurate star colors as well. It's a brilliant piece of software. You can't buy it. You effectively lease it, if you like. But it's a very reasonably priced package. As I said, there are other packages out there. There are lots of fans probably watching this now who use PixInsight, which also, I believe, does a great job, but it's a little bit more mathematical in its basis, and it's not as visually friendly to operate. So it's just I guess, a case of how your brain's wired in terms of which one you want to use.
Sure. Andy, when you send that,
go on.
When you send that to Photoshop, are you sending over some form of a layered file that you still have access to the 3 different bands of light there?
Yeah, let's go into the next slide, which segues beautifully there, Adam. This is a screenshot of that nebula processed. So if you take a look on the left-hand side, you'll see all the layers, and working your way up from the bottom, you'll see the hydrogen alpha layer.
Oh, yeah.
And then you've got hue saturation, which is basically giving it a green color, assigning it to green. You've got curves, which adjust the contrast there. Same thing with the oxygen, same thing with the sulfur, except you're then choosing to put them in either blue or red channels in Photoshop. Luminosity is, I guess, effectively where all the detail is. It's a combination of all of those filters, but purely just in black and white to give us the sharpness and the detail that we want. Selective color, we mentioned earlier, enables us to tweak the colors to our preferred color palette. And then we run a whole bunch of little actions. Now, I've got on the right-hand side there's one called Astronomy Tools on Photoshop, which is, I think it's only about $20. It's cheap as chips and works beautifully. And within that, there's noise reduction, reduce the stars sizes, increase star color. There's lots of little tweaks in there that you can use in those actions. And then over on the left-hand side, you'll see Nik filters. I'm a big fan of Nik filters. I've been a fan of them since before and after Google bought them and sold them, and I think DxO took over now and run it. But some of the filters within Nik, with the noise reduction and bringing out detail extractor, some of these filters work beautifully in the astronomical world. It's originally designed for terrestrial photography, for landscapes and portraits and so forth, but works beautifully for the astro work as well. And as you can see, it takes a while to build up these images, but the results are worthwhile. Hopefully that's helped with those questions.
Yeah, perfect, mate. Thank you.
No worries. I might show you a little bit of a slideshow of some of my favourite bits of space, if that's okay, guys.
Oh, I'd love to. Please do.
Hopefully everyone's getting something out of this.
Absolutely.
So this is something called the Vela supernova remnant. And I think it's probably one of my most favourite regions to photograph. It's a massive, like if you stand out in the night sky and you hold up your fist in front of your face, it's probably going to be twice the size of that. So it's a really large area of space. And what's happened here is I showed you earlier a picture where a star had exploded and scattered its stuff over the heavens. Well, here's a more recent supernova remnant. So it's said that 11,000 years ago, this star exploded and scattered its stuff over the universe. And it it's quite spectacular, the patterns it's created, because as the stellar material has been ejected and it hits areas of stellar dust, these hot blue areas that you see there, they're superheated gases that are being ignited because this thing is traveling at 500,000 kilometers an hour. And it's just going on forever. It's just mind-blowing when you think about it.
Yeah.
But again, we can photograph and isolate these particular gases to create, effectively sort of a space art look, if you like. So this one's vaguely reminiscent of a chalice or, King Arthur's cup or something, if you sort of hold your head right.
Yeah. Are these larger structures or larger in perspective to where we're viewing them from? Are we capable of capturing these with a DSLR and a tracking mount or something like that, or not really?
The problem with the DSLR is just it's not really capable of getting the wavelengths of light that we're talking about, because most of the filtration is blocked by the IR cut filter. You will get something. You'll definitely get something. Yeah. But having those specific filters really helps you get everything, if you like.
Yes.
So we can create scientifically valid, aesthetically pleasing images.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, I guess what this is all about. So we're not sort of just making up these colors. We're assigning a color to a gas, so that the scientists, when they originally started doing this stuff, they were working with black and white photographs, and they were really struggling to try and, I can't tell where the hydrogen is or where the sulfur ends. But by then laying them up in different colors, there's a much easier process for them to actually do the rocket science that they're doing. But I'll leave that to people like Lisa Harvey-Smith and Professor Alan Duffy and the actual physicists and scientists and cosmologists that are out there. This is another piece of the remnant. This one's called Herschel's Ray. And do you remember how we said earlier, our nearest star was 4 light years away? Well, from tip to tip, that's about 5 light years long.
Oh, wow.
So it's just mind-blowing to think that little piece of something that we're looking at there is actually 5 light years across.
Yeah.
Really, really cool. It looks a bit like the Concorde, I reckon, if you remember that aeroplane.
It does, yeah, I can see that.
And I think that's the thing about this, when we're photographing this stuff, we're always looking for something like a visual cue of, what's the story? What does it remind me of? Or if you're putting it in the appers, what can I give the judges to talk about? That kind of stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another little piece of it. This one's this one's known as the Mustache Nebula, because it looks a little bit like a mustache. And to me, I thought it looked like a flying bird, a big blue flying bird.
Absolutely.
So what you're seeing there is ionized oxygen, and then behind that is the hydrogen alpha, which is a nebula within that area. And then you can do some funky things, as I did with this one. And you can actually take the stars away. There's some software out there now called StarNet++. If you Google that one, it's absolutely the best thing I've found for removing stars from an astronomical image and leaving underneath the actual detail that's there. I don't know how it does it. It's machine learning. It's AI type software. It's brilliant. And StarNet++. Run over this image, pull the stars out, and then what you can you're left with is this sort of bug-eyed shape of a face. Can you see that yourself?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it looks amazing. I love it.
So it's pretty cool to be able to use, I guess, a little bit of art.
Absolutely. With the colours, Andy, you're taking a cue from those different narrowband filters, but are you also adding a little bit of your own artistic eye into those colours, or are you staying strictly to a specific hue?
There are no sort of hard and fast rules.
Yeah.
Basically, I tend to base it on what most scientists would start with, but I'll tweak it for aesthetic reasons.
Sure.
Definitely. Which leads us on to this one. So has anyone heard the term pareidolia before?
Not myself. I'm sure others out there have.
So just throw yourself back to your childhood for a moment. When you're lying on the grass and you're looking up and you're looking at the clouds and you think, hey, I see a bunny rabbit. Oh, I see an airplane.
Okay.
I see a tree. Well, that's called pareidolia, and it happens with our mind trying to make sense out of a shape or a pattern that doesn't actually exist.
Yes.
Same thing happens with sound as well. We'll hear a sound and we'll think, oh, that sounds like something. So in the space world, pareidolia is kind of cool. So, for example, this was a very famous picture that was taken by the Viking orbiter around Mars in 1976. And this is pre-Facebook and Instagram and all that kind of stuff. And the world went nuts. It went, oh, there's civilizations on Mars, you know, going crazy because it literally looks like a face on Mars.
Absolutely.
Later satellites taking images at different seasons and different times of the year and different altitudes, when they rephotograph this thing, nothing special. It doesn't look like a face. It's just at that particular angle, the angle of the sun, etc.
Yeah.
It makes our minds think, hey, look at that.
Sure does.
Well, how about that one?
Well,
is that the universe giving us the old bird?
Yeah.
You know? Or you've probably all seen this one. This is very famous. It's one they call the Horsehead Nebula.
Yeah.
And I guess it really does look like a horse's head.
It does.
Really, really cool. That one's taken by a good buddy of mine who, he's got one of those remote observatories in the country and sits in his lounge room and, you know, he's got a big boat. Well, this one, what does this look like? I sometimes when I'm doing talks, I'll play a game with the kids and I'll say, you know, what can you see here, kids? And typically, they'll end up coming up with something like this.
Ah, yeah, I can see it. I can see it now. I couldn't see it originally. Yeah,
yeah.
The black.
Can you see the wolf in there?
Yeah, the black shadow in the middle here with the head and the eye up there. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's just a massive cloud of cosmic dust that's backlit by hydrogen alpha light, and it kind of makes our minds think it looks like a leaping wolf's head with paws and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, two paws coming over, almost like a werewolf sort of feeling. I'm getting. Yeah.
There you go. That was a finalist in the International Astronomy Photographer of the Year competition last year. So it's been exhibited in Greenwich in the museum there, and it's in a lovely book and so forth.
Gorgeous.
This is another big mosaic. This is about 3 months' work, 6 panels. I don't know. I reckon it looks like a phoenix rising up from the ashes. This one, but it's officially designated as the Seagull Nebula.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see maybe hints of a jellyfish there.
Oh, there you go. See, like this is it. Everyone sees something different.
Yeah,
you know?
beautiful.
I see this magnificent bird with, you know, blue wings and so forth. But you know, everybody sees different things out there. How about that one? What do you see there, mate?
Well, when it flashed up initially, I was seeing, you know, some sort of cosmic bat or something. I don't know, you know, with the two wings coming out. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're on the coast, aren't you? This is you know, should remind you of seafood. This one they call it the Lobster Nebula.
Lobster. Okay. So they're the claws out the side that I was seeing as wings.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So what you're seeing here is we talked about stars being born, and these are like little proto-stars that are being born, and as they're pushing, their solar wind is pushing out these little skeletal pockets, if you like, within the structure. It's quite a spectacular looking thing. Yeah, that one made it onto Stargazing Live a year or two ago on the ABC.
One of the things I find really attractive with this style of photography, Andy, is the depth you're able to create within these structures is just phenomenal.
Cool. And I think you like this one.
I do.
So what does it look like, mate?
We spoke about this morning. I see it as you know, a spiritual being or person sort of rising out of the heavens there, holding their hand up high. Others see it as something else, though, Andy, you were telling me this morning, or something similar.
Yeah, look, it's popularly known as the Statue of Liberty Nebula. Stephen Maslin, one of my American Facebook colleagues in astrophotography, he sort of gave this one a nickname some years ago, and it's stuck. But it really is quite uncanny how similar to the statue it does actually look. And this again is in Carina, so this is a southern object that we're very fortunate enough to see. But, you know, this thing's like 100 light years across. It's just a massive thing. But again, using our StarNet++, we can actually remove the stars from this image. And
wow.
Then you can really see the structure and form within that.
Just looks like an abstract painting.
The NASA guys like that one, and they published it as an APOD as well.
Just looks like an abstract painting. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm really drawn to the color palette. Those burnt reddy orange flame-like colors against those beautiful soft blues and purples are just really appealing. I love it.
There you go, a bit of art and space, Adam.
Absolutely, absolutely.
This one's a bit dear to my heart. This one's, I won the 2015 David Malin Award with this image, and I guess that was one that effectively gave me some confidence that I had some ability to know what I was doing, because the David Malin Awards were judged by David Malin himself, and he's effectively the godfather of astrophotography. He ran the Anglo-Australian telescope for about 30 years and pioneered astrophotography as we know it today. He's a lovely gentleman. I've had the privilege of meeting him a couple of times, and he gave the Deep Space Section Award to me for this particular image. And so it's called the Fighting Dragons, and it is reminiscent of two dragons fighting under the stars of Ara, if you like, Godzilla and Monster X going for it.
Yeah.
It's my all-time favourite target. I must have shot this 3 or 4 times now with every telescope I've owned, trying different angles and different techniques with the thing, because it's just spectacular. And even within it, if you look sort of near the middle where the two are meeting, there's like a little rocking horse structure sitting on the nose of one of the monsters there. And
oh yeah,
this crazy stuff that we look for.
And is that something you tend to do, Andy, as you get the better gear and the higher resolution? Do you tend to want to go back and reshoot some of your favourite targets?
Yeah, I shot that one recently on the new Takahashi, and it just absolutely blew me away, the detail with the Takahashi combined with the large format new camera. I probably didn't mention earlier that these photographs were taken with my former camera, which is an APS-C size chip. The new camera is APS-H size, which is kind of 35mm on the diagonal. So it's a much bigger piece of real estate on the chip. So therefore, sharper, clearer, more detail is available when you make the pictures larger.
Sure.
So combined with the TAC, you get pristine detail. It's quite extraordinary. So this one told a bit of a story as well. So this was Sagittarius sunflowers. It's a very popular target, but I don't think anyone at the time really looked at what it kind of resembled from an artistic sense. And to me, it reminded me of Van Gogh's famous sunflowers painting.
Sure.
When I was framing and considering how I photographed this. And I guess I was lucky enough I had a really good art teacher at school, in high school, and he exposed us to Renaissance art and post-impressionism and everything in between. And I guess that's stuck with me ever since. So when this one popped up, the APOD guys, they ran it, and they've got about 1 billion hits, and it was well and truly shared and loved.
1 billion hits, wow.
But that's the, this is the inspiration for it there.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a homage to Van Gogh.
In the heavens.
And then it also became my first international magazine cover for astrophotography, and this is in the Czech Republic. It doesn't translate very well.
I was looking at that thinking it's a bit unfortunate, really.
Yeah. It's, but any of our Czech viewers will probably wonder why we're laughing. Anyway, moving on. All right, let's go a little further afield. How are you guys going out there? You getting something out of this? You're still with us?
Yeah, we're getting lots of wows and incredible, and everyone's playing along at home with the Statue of Liberty and angels and dragons, and yeah, we're having a great time.
Okay, well, let's go a little further afield. Let's actually leave the Milky Way now. Let's go to an entirely different galaxy. Let's go up to what we call a Large Magellanic Cloud and see what's in there. Now, the Magellanic Clouds, you can see them with your naked eye if you're in a dark enough area. So if you're, out in the country and you step away from your campfire and you look up and you see the Milky Way, you look beyond the very obvious Milky Way, you'll see two fuzzy patches that are very distinctive in their, I guess, fuzziness.
Okay.
And the larger of the two is literally called the Larger Magellanic Cloud. And they're named after Ferdinand Magellan, who first noted these in about 1500 when he was circumnavigating the world, because they're only seen in the southern hemisphere. So they're what they call irregular galaxies. They're galaxies that are not the classic spiral shape. They're kind of a fuzzy blobs, if you like. But they're companions of the Milky Way. And within them, of course, are some nebulae, much as we've already seen in our Milky Way. And this one, they call it the Tarantula Nebula because it looks a little bit like a giant spider. And if you look through a telescope at this one, it really does look like a spider hanging there on a web. But this thing's massive. It's like 1,000 light years across. And in fact, they were saying, if this was as close as M42 is, which is the one in Orion, it'd take up half the sky. And it's just incredible to think what's going on up there.
And would you see that to some degree, if it was that close? Would you see some of that with the naked eye? Like, would you see some colours?
I sort of wonder if it was that close, would we be alive? Would there be X-rays or emissions that would actually kill us? I really don't know the answer to that. I'm just guessing a little bit there. This was a pretty cool one. I was lucky enough to go to Egypt and see the pyramids and go down the Nile and all that stuff way back in the 80s. I had hair back then. And I guess in those times you see the local culture, and I saw a lot of guys sucking on these things called hookah pipes in cafes, smoking. And this particular object really reminded me of one of those hookah pipes. Now, I think only one or two people in the world have photographed this in the past, but that smoke ring up there at 1 o'clock, I mean, that's just, how the heck does something like that form, What is going on there? But I think what attracted me to this was this really bright, hot orange star, Theta Doradus in the middle. It really gave the chance to frame something around it.
I love the way the big stars are rendered with that big star cross point and sort of expand, just gorgeous, gorgeous. Quick question.
That's something unique that you get from a Newtonian telescope.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, so you've got a spider vein running across the front, which is holding a secondary mirror, and it's in the shape of a cross.
Okay.
And so the light literally splits around it.
Oh, it's very pleasing, very, very pleasing. Quick question from the audience. How do you compose these shots? Are you able to, I'm guessing you're not able to see much of anything through the telescope at that particular time.
You don't see a lot, but that's when you're studying star patterns and maps. And I guess you're aware of what other images may or may not be out there in the interweb. And obviously, when I'm composing something, I don't want to take the same picture everyone else has taken, or if I have to take the same object, I want to try and at least bring something new to the table.
Yeah.
So I'll spend ages in my in my planetarium software, working out angles and projecting my field of view on it. Or sometimes I'll hold up like a little, mouse or something that's going to be about the same size as my field of view in front of the screen, and just get an idea about, well, if I frame it this way, what would happen? And, it sort of frustrates me that many astrophotographers just randomly put the subject in the middle with no real thought for what's going on around there. So that's when I'm kind of doing the photographer thing.
Yeah, interesting.
Check out this guy. This guy's cool. Look at that. Some kind of crazy monster, bug-eyed monster in space. I mean, it's absolutely nuts. This is something they call a super bubble. So it's 1,000 light years across. That central super bubble area, that mouth, if you like, is like 250 light years across. And we mentioned a light year is a long way. It's 10 million kilometers. Oh. And so you do the math on that, and that's It's just stupendously, hugely distant.
Yeah.
But a good friend of mine who is astrophotographer based in Canberra, a guy called Strongman Mike, he photographed this object as well some years back. And he actually annotated the image, and with his permission, I've got a picture here I can show you of all the funky things that he found in there.
Oh, yes.
So you've got Admiral Akbar, you've got the bug-eyed monster, you've got the frog-mouthed guy, there's a bunny rabbit lurking in there, there's a downhill skier, one of the dudes from the Muppets.
Elmo, yeah.
And there's a gremlin.
I love it.
And when you start staring at it, you start to see, oh yeah, so there is, this is really cool. So that's Mike Sidonio. Check him out online as well if you want to see some really great astrophotography. We've got a nice friendly rivalry going on between us. So yeah, most of us know of most of us in this world. There's not that many of us doing this stuff.
Yep.
And we're not really competitive, so it's kind of cool. We're getting near the end now, guys.
Awesome.
There's another wacky nebula here. But what's interesting about this one, which is, just want to talk a little bit about something called a Wolf-Rayet star. And that object that looks like a circular donut up around sort of 10 o'clock there, the blue one.
Yep.
What you're seeing there is something called a Wolf-Rayet star, which is a super hot, super giant star. And the vortex that it's created around itself of superheated solar winds have actually dragged all the dust in those areas into this, like a cosmic cyclone, if you like. And so what we're seeing is kind of a still of that, but it's unique in that it's surrounded by these other shapes, which are completely different gases and completely different forms. So I don't know what's going on up there in the Large Magellanic Cloud, but it's creating some really interesting shapes and targets for it to aim for.
Absolutely.
As you can see. So this is another Wolf-Rayet star. It's quite a popular one as a target. It's called Thor's helmet for obvious reasons. Some would say it looks a bit like a Viking helmet or Asterix's helmet if you read the Asterix comics. It's sad to see that the writer of those passed away the other day. Who dares know? But this is relatively small in astronomical terms, so you need a pretty powerful telescope to be able to fill the frame with this one. But it's kind of like a cosmic brain if you look in the middle there with the star where it's thrown all that material around it. And then we've got a fairly iconic one. How's that one for you, mate? Is that wacky or what?
Giant jellyfish there, yeah.
Yeah. They sometimes they call this the gourd or the dolphin nebula, or
see the dolphin, yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of a super bubble. So here again, you've got the star in the center, and it's kind of going through a cosmic heart attack. It's had a little blip, and it's ejected this material around itself, which is something like 60 light years across. But we are able to photograph it using the ionized oxygen filter. And this thing's dim. I mean, this is, what did Douglas Adams say in the Restaurant at the End of the Universe, or one of those books, Disaster Area Dim, where you've got a black spaceship painted black with little black lights that light up black that they then throw into the sun at the end of the concert. This is similar. This is like really, really dim. And it took forever to actually get enough data to get this to actually come up. And there was a pretty rare target at the time. It's become a lot more popular for astrophotography since. But you've got to really want to shoot it because it's not an easy one.
How many hours would have you spent putting into this one?
I think this was about 5 or 6 nights.
Yep.
Yeah, that was one of my first big, long project type images, if you like. And we might finish the slideshow portion with this one. This is probably my most famous and most well-known image globally now. So it's something called the Eye of God, or the Helix Nebula. And what you're looking at here is the death throes of a sun, but it's not a supernova. So this is what's going to happen to our sun. So to be a supernova, a sun has to be really big, like huge. And this star and our star are fairly sort of small in cosmic terms. So this is going to, our star will do this. It'll have a gentle death. So don't worry, it's not going to happen tomorrow or anything like that. But
good.
Years from now, it will become a red giant, and then eventually that giant will then dissipate its material out into the cosmos. And that's what you're seeing here. So that red area there is hydrogen that's been released from the star, and then it's collapsed down upon itself twice. So it's ejected the hydrogen, and then it's collapsed down on itself again some 5,000 years later, and it's then ejected all the superheated ionized oxygen area that you see there around itself, and then it's eventually collapsed down to become this little dwarf or neutron star right in the middle. But it's left this legacy where the gases are still expanding and still present that we can photograph with our narrowband filters. And if you process it using some masks and so forth to let the oxygen area run sort of a little bit more clearly, it really does resemble an eye. And like there's 75 hours of data here. It was months to actually get enough data from the backyard, and almost impossible to separate those fine chevrons that you see at the outer extremes from the light pollution, even with the best filters you can get. But it went on to be a very popular image. It was a finalist in the International Astronomy Photography of the Year competition. They used it for just about everything, promoting the competition itself. It won the QSI competition last year, which is what got me the camera. It appeared as an APOD. You know that this thing's gone everywhere. So I guess that's kind of a good one to end on.
Absolutely, it's spectacular.
So here's a couple of resources for people that they can draw upon if you want to get into this sort of stuff. Strongly recommend the first thing you do is go and join your local astronomical society or club. I tried getting into astrophotography and learning it on YouTube and the web and tearing what's left of my hair out. And I went to my local society, which was the Astronomical Society of Victoria. And I sat with a chap there who happened to have a Mac, and I think in 5 minutes he straightened me out, and I got the first picture that night that looked good.
We've just lost those.
Sorry,
we just lost. Yeah,
go back.
One slide back there.
I'll go back to that for you. Sorry, mate.
You're
Getting ahead of
right.
myself. There we go.
Perfect.
So there's a bunch of forums and websites. Ice in Space is a good one for Australians or internationals. It just happens to be Australian based. Cloudy Nights is the American version. Obviously, you can follow me on Andy's Astro on Instagram and my website, andysastro.com. I'm on Facebook as well. And all of these resources are available there. If you're interested, you can join the forums, and you'll find lots of helpful people there who will talk to you or listen to you or answer your questions that you might have. You can, talk to me about any questions you might have. I do run a mentoring program. And I think part of the reason we do that is, thinking about Van Gogh from space and all that cool stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. We've all looked up and had those same thoughts and dreams, mate.
Exactly. So that's the end of that sort of presentation.
Mate, thank you.
Sort of the formal bit, if you like.
Thank you. And I'll just do a quick call out for anyone that's got some questions. I've noted them down. I've noted some of them down, but go ahead and add them again, and I'll refer those questions over. I've got a couple here, Andy, if you don't mind, just to start off. I do want to mention...
Share there, and put us back.
Thank you, mate. Once again, thank you for that. Absolutely phenomenal. And donating your time and expertise and incredible images and inspiration. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that are now going to be Googling how they can get started in that. And actually, that was one of the questions that I had, or a couple of people had asked, is, if there was someone out there inspired to now follow in your footsteps and capture some of these images, what would be a great first step, entry-level, budget-conscious step into this world?
Yep, if you've got a camera, if you've got a DSLR or something yourself, probably run out and buy yourself well, first of all, jump onto one of those forums and see what's available secondhand.
Yep.
Because we astrophotography geeks tend to treasure and look after our stuff, and we only get rid of it when we're trading up or the wife's had enough and she said, get rid of that stuff, honey, you're not using it. So you'll pick up some really well-priced gear secondhand. You pay 60-70% of retail. But if you really want to buy new, then you can. But maybe a small refractor is a good place to start, like a 80mm ED80 type refractor. It'll be kind enough that any guiding errors and that kind of thing will probably be dialed out because it's not going to create too many dramas for you. A fairly easy mount, something like a Skywatcher EQ6R, and your camera and a guide scope, all of that will probably set you back a couple of grand.
Okay.
And that'll get you in and started.
Yeah, get the teeth sunk in there, yeah.
To get things going. And you can take some really nice pictures with gear just like that. Yeah. And then as the bug bites and the slippery slope gets, faster, you sort of tend to want bigger and better and faster and more powerful and all that stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, Andy, you do those online Skype session, Zoom session style workshop.
Yeah, we do a Zoom session online now. You can contact me through the website, or there'll probably be a link here that Adam will put up.
Yeah.
So one-on-one Zoom sessions with me. So I've got clients now in. It's really cool. We've got them in United States, Canada, Brazil, Australia, anywhere in the world really, and I can help you from like literally just getting started in astrophotography to, if you're a more advanced imager, I can help you with processing, any of those sort of questions. We're all sort of here enjoying our lockdown, and it's nice to be able to put those skills out there. So there's the big plug for the mentoring sessions.
Oh, absolutely, mate. And everyone at home, you can find all of Andy's links and follow it on Instagram and Facebook links and those online Zoom session links, all in the description below. One other thing I wanted to mention just on that, the images were so incredible, and I'm sure there are lots of people out there like myself that would think, wow, one of those would look pretty awesome on my wall. You obviously sell prints. How do we just contact you via your email on your website?
Jump on the website. We're having a sale at the moment, so I think it's 25% off. Yeah, hop in there. Sorry, the mentoring is 20% off as well until the end of June.
Okay.
So yeah, jump onto andysastro.com and you'll find the shop.
Brilliant.
And, of course, we can still produce prints. The labs are still open. We can post everything out to you, and you can line your walls with some cosmic art.
Awesome. I'll have to have. I'll be looking at that myself straight after this. A couple of other viewer questions here. Let me just have a quick look. I remember one time Ignacio, a good mate of mine, was mentioning that you could rent time using the camera and sensor from some of the observatories. Is that something that you know
of? Yeah, I've actually won a prize. I haven't claimed it yet. It's called iTelescope in Australia, is one of them, and they've got fantastic facilities based out at Siding Springs, in the middle of the country, and effectively what that means is you log on and you rent telescope time. You need a little bit of knowledge about what you're trying to do and so forth, and it's not cheap. Yeah. But if you want pristine conditions, the perfect telescope, everything's set up for you, and all you literally do is dial in and tell it where to point and shoot, have a crack. I've seen some spectacular results from the iTelescope, but iTelescope is just one. Yeah. There's Deep Sky West in the States. I think they do a similar thing. There's a number of Martin Pugh, I think, is an Australian who runs a similar service. I think he's based in Yass. Sure. And these are world-class facilities at your disposal via the internet. And you don't have to rely on your local weather conditions, like here in Melbourne, where it's currently raining, to be able to image at night.
That sounds like a really interesting option for anyone that's interested in getting into that.
Check it out.
Yeah, great gear at a budget conscious price.
Yep, and we're talking state of the art.
Oh, Jane asked earlier as well, what causes shooting stars? What causes shooting stars?
There's you might have seen recently that we came through a phase of a meteor shower. There's a few popular ones, the Aquariid, Leonid, various meteor showers. They're the remnants of comets.
Okay.
So basically a comet zips around the Earth, and each time it comes around the Earth, the Earth drags a little bit of the comet into its into the atmosphere, and then what's basically happening is as the Earth orbits around the sun, it encounters some of these regions, and gravity then drags this stuff into the atmosphere, and it comes, and we see some of these shooting stars, if you like. I'm sure my astronomical colleagues will probably give you a better explanation than I can, but essentially they're remnants of comets.
I remember reading that one of those main popular ones is the tail or the stuff from Halley's Comet, isn't it? Which one was that?
Yeah, look, Halley's Comet has been around for so long that it's been recorded since the Middle Ages, I think it was, in the Bayeux Tapestry, for example. 1986 was its last visit, and I was in London at the time, and the British did this fantastic thing where they actually set up a couple of laser beams on top of skyscrapers where they pointed up at the sky where they'd intersect where you could see the comet. Only problem was it was the time of year where typical London, it was cloudy every night.
Right.
Didn't see the damn comet.
Oh no.
But I think it's if you hang around another 80 odd years, you know, if you're still alive, then you'll see it again.
Yeah, that was one of my first memories of you know, I suppose outer space objects, was standing on the front driveway with one of the neighbours and a pair of binoculars looking up into the sky at the comet. Absolutely beautiful.
So you actually saw it?
I did. I remember seeing it. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well done. Look, there's comets. Comets are pretty regular events, but big spectacular comets like that, they're pretty rare.
Yeah, it was very cool. It was a very cool introduction. Andy, Mike says here, he has a Pentax K1 with a GPS auto tracker built in and a 500mm lens. How would that setup go for capturing Saturn, he asks?
Give it a crack by all means. The imaging planets is a specialist area. It's not one that I'm into specifically, but planetary photographers use really long telescopes, and they use video cameras, and they get these video cameras which are like webcams, and they literally take bursts of footage with say 30, 40, 50,000 frames, and then they run it through a specific program that will then select out all the sharp ones.
Okay.
Because obviously you've got lots of atmospheric turbulence between us and a distant planet. And then what it'll do is it'll stack the sharpest areas together. I think Registax and Fireworks, these are the names of some of these software packages. And they're mind-blowing what you can do if you want to shoot planets, but you really do need to do it that way. It's a lot harder trying to use a DSLR and a long lens and hoping to get something good. But by all means, you know, have a go.
Give it a
see
shot.
what you get. But the thing that kills you is the brightness range. Saturn is incredibly bright when compared to its environment. So essentially, it's a really big, bright, reflected object in a black area. So it's a hard one to shoot.
Yeah, okay. Through the dynamic range, it makes it difficult, does it?
Dynamic range, yeah.
Okay. Tom Putt here says he remembers getting up at 2 a.m. to see the Halley's Comet as well. Yeah, it was good fun.
Hello, Tom. How you going, mate?
And we got Sue Ellen Cook saying hello as well. We got a lot of
excellent.
Yeah, everyone's saying wonderful presentation. I'll just have a quick scan, make sure I haven't missed anything. Bertie says here, asks about your prints as well. So yeah, jump on the website, which is in the links below the website there. And if you have any questions, just contact Andy via the contact page.
Cool. Okay. I do have, I got that Photoshop file in layers. If you want, I can throw it up.
Throw it up. Yeah, we'll use that as a final look at. Yeah.
Do you want to have a quick go at that? I'll see if I can pop it up on the other screen here. So just give us 2 seconds to navigate my way around that, and I'll see if I can get it up here for us so you can see the build. Okay, here we go. Okay. Now I think I need to
hit that share again. Yep.
Right. Let's grab that there for you. Share screen. You got it there?
I've got your entire desktop at the moment. Yep.
Yep. Cool. Yep. Excellent. So that means we can drop that away out of there, go, drop that out of there. Okay, cool. So we've got, you can see the the fighting dragons there, and you can see all the excuse me, and you can see all the layers.
Yep.
Cool. All right. Let's just in case anyone's interested, let's just show them what the layers look like when you turn them all on and off.
Oh, here we go.
So let's start off with the hydrogen alpha.
Beautiful.
And then we'll add color to it. Green.
Color.
Pretty green.
Okay, cool, yeah.
Then we'll add the oxygen. I'm going to take a drink of water here. Okay. And then we'll layer up some color into that. So we're laying blue in here now.
Oh, that looks gorgeous.
And you can sort of start seeing an image start to emerge. Then we'll lay over the sulfur image and hit it with red.
Wow, yeah.
And now you can really start seeing the image. Lay over the luminance now, and that brings up the sharpness and the detail that we talked about earlier. We can then hit selective color. Yep. You can see how just using your creative skills, that brings that to the forefront.
Different feeling, yeah.
Little tweak of color balance just to enhance those riches. That's Shift Command Apple E, which basically merges all those layers, copy merge.
Yep.
Deep space noise reduction. I'd have to zoom in on that so you can see it, but
yeah, we can see a little bit, yeah.
I'd like to do that for you. If you zoom right in on there. That's where there you go. There's a bunch of noise at 200%. We'll bring that back to 100%, and then you can just turn that noise reduction on and off, and it'll help. Color blotch reduction. These are some of the actions. Tonal contrast. I'll just zoom back so you can see this more clearly again. Here we go. Tonal contrast running through there. So that's enhancing the darker areas.
Yeah, beautiful.
And then we're laying the stars back over the top. We've actually removed the stars and now we're putting them back in.
Put them back in, wow.
In the right colors. So with all of that control, it enables us to take that black and white image that we started with all that time ago and then build something that looks pretty cool.
Yeah, so most of the hours and the time is spent in the capture process by the look of things, and your Photoshop workflow seems fairly structured and fairly efficient.
Yeah, that's right. It's relatively repetitive in terms of we do a lot of the same things over and over again.
Yeah. Awesome, mate. Well, thank you once again. I'll just double check that there wasn't anything important over here. Everyone's just loving it and saying thank you. Tom Putt's asking again, do you sell prints? Absolutely, Tom. Check out the website. There's a discount on right at this moment. The website's in the link below, Tom, so check that out.
AndysAstro.com, Tom.
AndysAstro.com. Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? Yeah.
That's it. Shop.
Oh, there you go. One of the viewers, Bertie Ann, just said she has bought the Dragon Heart print, mate. So
good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Bertie. What an absolutely beautiful thing. Yeah,
that's cool. I'll even autograph it for you. How's that?
Oh, you're a good man. You're a good man. Andy, it's been an absolute pleasure. You're a joy to chat with. Your images are a joy and an inspiration. Thank you so much for sharing your time and all those images with us today.
Well, thanks so much for the opportunity to just talk to your audience there, Adam. It's been a lot of fun sharing this stuff with the world. Yeah. We're all here in lockdown, and it's been a little bit frustrating, I guess, for everybody. But it's nice to actually reach out and communicate, and share the love, and enjoy the science and the art. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you again.
Thank you, mate. Stay with us. And for all those out there, if you're new to the stream, we do this fairly regularly. Hit the subscribe button, and you can join us again tomorrow morning. We have Pamela Pauline, an incredible illustrative photographer, coming on to share her work as well. Hit the like button. Make sure you tell YouTube that this is a great, fun presentation, inspirational presentation to come and watch. Go ahead and do me a favour and thank Andy by jumping on Instagram and giving a like and a follow on Facebook. Absolutely. Check out his work at Andy Astro. Andy's Astro?
AndysAstro.com or Andy's Astro. Andys_Astro on Insta.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thanks again, Andy. Stay there. I'll just tune out here. And
Hey, 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 it's time for some of those world famous Star Party brownies from Mickey's Kitchen.
Now it's time for another drawing. Olivia?
10.
10. Okay, Pat, give number 10 a prize.
Okay, number 10, Daniel Cern. You've won a Botter Planetarium, 1¼ inch, 12.5 millimeter Morpheus, 76-degree eyepiece from the good folks at Telescope Engineering Company. Hey, Yuri.
Hey everyone, and just especially again for Winter Star Party 2021, we have Optolong filters. We have the L Pro, we got the L Enhance, we got the L Extreme. Whatever you want to do, 2-inch, 1¼ 36 millimeter unmounted, mounted. Come on down. We got clip-in filters as well. So we got everything on Optolong, 10% off. So feel free to come down to cameraconcepts.com or give us a call at 631-475-1118. We'll be happy to place your order at 10% off Optolong. Thank you again for coming to Winter Star Party 2021, and we'll see you next time.
Here's the Explore Scientific iXOS 100 Equatorial Tracker mount. We've got it mounted up here with a digital SLR that's got the dovetail plate here. We also have it kind of mounted on our extra heavy duty tripod. This whole thing is operated remotely. You can see Kent's operating it with his Apple tablet here, but it'll run off a Windows tablet or an Android tablet. What do you like about this whole system, Kent?
I find it very intuitive. It's very quiet. Like any go-to system, there are things to learn.
Sure.
But once you learn those things, it makes it really easy to find stuff in the sky.
Sure.
Now, this is running our Explore Stars app. If you're going to do astrophotography, you need to be running it with a planetarium program, hardwired to a computer.
That's right.
ASCOM
So this runs
program.
wireless, wired, okay? It's super versatile. It not only has go-to capabilities, but you can also add a guide scope with an auto guider CCD type of camera onto it. So, and you know, the thing that you're gonna really love about this is the price of this instrument, which will fit neatly into your budget, I'm sure. So check it out, look online, check out the specs, give us a call if you have any questions.
And now here's another blast from the past. The legendary Dr. Don Parker speaking about his photographs of Mars and planetary imaging.
I'm going to share with you a little anecdote because I wish I could figure out a way to get even with him. I once did a talk and I was kind of anxious. The room was filled with people and I was about to start the talk, and I'll cut this kind of short, but I heard a obscene sound come from the front just as I was getting my roll going, and I thought, oh, that's funny. Somebody brought a whoopee cushion with them, and you know, so I get ramped up again, and I'm going, and then I hear bleat again, and you know, I thought, oh, okay, that's funny, but then I see all the way in the back of the room, way in the back, there's Don Parker's face, and he's got a remote control device. I don't think I was able to actually resume my talk for a solid 5 minutes. I mean, there was tears in my eyes, but anyway, yeah, well, one day when I can pick up something worthy, I will try. Anyway, this guy needs no introduction. Don Parker with his new Lilliputian-sized computer will regale you with planetary advice.
To apologize for the terrible scene we've had this week. I was having a sleep deprivation experiment going on. You hear okay there, Mike? Is that all right? The mic? Okay, well, we're going to talk about the same old stuff, I guess, Mars. The apparition is still going on, but I'll give you some of the salient points of Mars in 2005. You know, it's supposed to be Mars/image processing, but after watching Tony Hallis earlier and Scott yesterday, and tomorrow you're going to see Sean Walker, I've just decided to take up electric trains after I give this talk. Forget the whole thing. Anyway, I guess I'm getting old. Okay, Mars in 2005. Just by way of history, for those of you who are smart enough not to be involved in the planetary work. In 2003, remember, Mars was going to be the best in 50,000 years, 59,000 years, and everybody got all worked up about it. And this may be even a better apparition because it was 30 degrees higher in the sky. Now, by the way, I forgot, I have to do this. Daniel Versace, I didn't pronounce your name right, but you want to stand up? Where's Daniel? Yeah. Okay, he's the considered the Bob Gendler of the Southern Hemisphere. He's from Chile. And the April Astronomy magazine has got, yeah. So, April Astronomy has got a spread in here. It's not Sky and Telescope though, Sean, but whatever. And, you know, a zillion pictures are just phenomenal stuff. And unfortunately for Daniel, you know, Mars wasn't very good this year because it was low. And, yeah, it was low for you. But for us, it was good. And that's all I really care about. Okay. It's not that I'm selfish, but whatever. Okay. Opposition in 2005 when the planets lined up with the sun occurred on November 7th. The closest approach was just before Halloween. So it's easy to remember these dates. Closest approach was on October 30th, which was, again, right by Halloween. And again, you know, I don't know why we didn't have any trick-or-treaters this year. Kids just stayed away. I can't understand it. But unfortunately for us, this also occurred. There was a momentous event called Hurricane Wilma that came along and sort of messed up our skies for a while. Now, I am going to do a research project. I was going to do it for Wilma, of imaging during the eye of a hurricane, you know, to see what the scene was like. But the thing came in there during the day and I couldn't do it. You know, I was just, and they guaranteed me, I don't think Jim Bell is here yet. He's going to give a talk this afternoon, which is going to be unbelievable on the rovers. This guy, in addition to being a cool guy, he's got some stuff on the Mars rovers that just knock your socks off. But Jim probably, he guaranteed me that this would be published if I could do this study. It'd be published posthumously, but you know, whatever. Okay. So Mars was pretty close this time. It was a little less than 44 million miles away. And that was 20.2 arc seconds. And for those deep sky observers who aren't familiar with arc seconds, it's a little bitty thing. This is a Mars at 20 arc seconds compared to the moon, or a part of the moon. And, you know, it's the size of a small to medium-sized crater. So even at best, Mars is still pretty small, and you need pretty good magnification and decent optics to really study it. You've heard, of course, this year that Mars will be the size of the full moon. I mean, it was on the news, right? You know. Okay, so all you do when you hear this, it'll probably be repeated in 2007. You say, well, it's the size of the full moon at 130 power or whatever it'll be then. But the sensationalism here was just unbelievable. It was worse this year than in 2003, I think. I don't know why. Now, Mars comes into opposition about every 26 months. 26 months. And I'm going to do this. Now, I had an animated GIF file, but my 2-pound computer here wouldn't handle it, so I'll just do it by hand. And this was like last August. This was the position of the Earth, which is the, what color is that, Tony? Is Tony here? Oh, whatever. It's too much red. Cyan. Okay, a little cyan, yeah. Okay, and then you go to September and you see Earth is catching up with Mars because Earth doesn't have as far to go and it also travels faster. And here we are in November, and that's opposition lined up with the sun. But now we got to wait 26 months. Here we go into 2006 and just keep going. We're getting farther and farther away from it. That's conjunction right there where it's on the opposite side of the sun. And we got to wait a whole nother year. It comes around and 2007. This is nice because when you study Mars, you only have to write a report every other year. So it's good. And there we are. Easy date to remember again, December 24th, right? 2007. And this in my family is a particularly important date because we always have special treats planned for the grandchildren. Okay. I have Tippy Dury to thank for that one. Okay. Now, not all Mars oppositions are equal or apparitions. And the reason is that Mars's orbit is very eccentric. It's egg-shaped or whatever. It's much more eccentric than the Earth's orbit. And aphelion refers to the time when Mars is the farthest from the sun, perihelion when it's the closest to the sun. Maybe I'll use the pointer, I think it's easier. Okay, Mars oppositions, perihelic Mars is about, and you know, I don't use metric and I round things off, so just bear with me here. It's about 35 million miles from the sun when it's the closest it can get in its orbit, and 63 million miles away when it's farthest. That's a difference of whatever, 30-some million miles. I'm very good at math too. And so I mean, that's a lot big difference. And here it kind of explains or shows the difference. This is 1980, and these are to scale, and this is 2003. And this shows a couple of things. First of all, the difference in size. We see Mars at a bad opposition or a good one. And the other thing is the difference between film and CCD in 20 years. You know, same telescope, same everything except film versus CCD. So 1980, that's where Mars was, 63 million miles from the Earth. And right near, it was almost as far away as it could possibly get. That's the line where it is the farthest. In 2003, it was 35 million miles away. And look at that, almost the best it's ever going to be. Until when, Dan? You know when the next good one is? We're all going to be dead. Or I will be. I don't know the rest of you, but you know, huh? It's quite a number of years before it's going to be this good again. So our children will see it anyway. This is where it was in 2005, 44 million miles away. And in 2007, it's called an intermediate opposition. So it's not real crummy, but it's getting there, and it's 55 million miles. And with our technology today, it really doesn't make any difference how big Mars is anymore. So this is kind of a nice thing. Now, Mars has seasons like the Earth because its axis is tilted, very much like the Earth's. Ours is 23.5 degrees, and Mars is 25.2 degrees. Not tilted the same direction, but it does have seasons. And again, we'll go back to the aphelic, when Mars is far from the Earth. And you notice that the northern hemisphere is pointed toward us. On the perihelic, like we had this year and in 2003, the southern hemisphere is pointed toward us because of Mars's axial tilt. So for many, many years, the most studied part of Mars telescopically was the southern hemisphere because that's where you could see best. It turns out, I think the most interesting parts of Mars are the northern hemisphere phenomena to go on. But anyway, in the next apparition, there'll be less of the southern hemisphere visible, and after that, we'll be looking at the north. Okay, and this just gives you an idea of 2005. Mars has seasons, and we saw the southern hemisphere. It was tilted toward the sun and toward us. Spring, and then just before opposition, it became southern hemisphere summer. And right about now, we're just past the autumnal equinox in the south. So that's kind of where we are now. And that kind of shows what Mars is, the way it's tilted toward us. Now, this is for cocktail parties, okay? You know, you're at a cocktail party, strange bunch of people. You don't really know them. You get in this group, you don't know what to say. This will get them every time. They say, did you know that at opposition, Mars is always one season ahead of the Earth? And you know, then you don't have to worry about talking to anybody the rest of the evening. So, you know, just kind of, if that doesn't work, I always use diarrhea is air raid spelled backwards. Okay, anyway, well, work it out. Okay. And the other neat thing is that Mars is, well, see, it does work out that way because the axial tilt. And the pole star on Mars is pretty cool because it's closer to being, it's very close to Deneb. So that's a neat pole star. So the Martians have a nice thing going for them there. Okay, Earth date, November 7th. On the Earth, that was opposition this year. And that's northern autumn here. It's not winter yet, northern autumn. And the Mars date was February 9th or northern winter. So that just shows how it's one season ahead. Southern hemisphere on the Earth was southern spring on the Earth and southern summer, which I just told you on Mars. So we looked at Mars mostly in its southern hemisphere spring and summer this year. Okay, now I want to get oriented here because I do things a little differently. We don't put, unlike Sky and Telescope, we don't put north up yet. We still kind of go with the classic things, the way things look through a real telescope, which is south up. And the preceding limb of Mars is to the left. Now, by preceding, I mean when you trip over the plug that runs the clock drive, Mars drifts that way, okay? And you know that the south and preceding will not necessarily be exactly lined up with Earth's directions because Mars's axis is tilted a little bit. So, but that gives you an idea. When you actually make an observation or send in a form, put a little arrow as to where the preceding limb is. Just turn off the drive and CCD images. I just make a streak, and that really helps orient people as to what you're looking at. Also, the preceding limb, Mars rotates toward its east, our west. All the planets rotate toward their east, and in that direction. And Mars's east is also the evening limb of Mars. And this just gives you an idea of some of the rotations here. That's Bill Williams took this series here. It's kind of neat. And but that's the way Mars rotates, and it rotates in a little bit more than an Earth day. And to digress, since I'm supposed to talk to somebody about image processing, I'll see if I can do this. I make these videos in a thing called GIF Movie Gear. Now, a lot of you use the Windows program now, but I just really like this, and I'll show you the program. Fatal error, oh my God, no, okay. Yeah, GIF Movie Gear. And there's Williams Mars, and we'll open that. And it's all you do is you get your JPEGs and you got them centered as best you can and line them up, put them in GIF Movie Gear in order. There's your rotation, and you can change the. I don't want to get in trouble doing this, but if I can do it, you can change the rotation rate. And I always like to put in a 10 here because it looks cool. You hit the arrow. Okay, you can change the rate, you can change the size, you can center each frame, you can do change the order, do whatever you want. And it's online, gifmoviegear.com, and it's I think they ask you $20 for it after 30 days. It's so convenient because I'm not a computer maven. I just dump the stuff in there and it goes. And it's really great for doing asteroids and things like that. Okay, now let's see if I can do this without getting in trouble. Hey, it came back. Okay, there's another example of GIF Movie Gear and just a bunch of CCD images put together. You can get a complete rotation of Jupiter and its moons and eclipse and that sort of thing. And this I took back in January, it was about a month ago. And there is a story behind this too. I don't want to take too much time here, but I was doing Mars, I was imaging Mars, and I just got a new camera. And I was thinking of imaging Saturn, but I don't like taking pictures of Saturn. Now, the reason I don't, nothing ever changes on Saturn. This is the current thought. So every 14 and a half years, I just take my pictures and turn them upside down and send them back in. Well, I mean, it saves a lot of time. I can watch 24, I can watch TV, it's good. So, but this time I took these images. And the reason I did is Maureen, my wife, there she is. She came to me and said, oh, could you watch Caitlin, our granddaughter, for a little while? I have to go to the store. And being the selfish, rotten person I am, I said, oh, I've got to do Saturn. I can't. Now, that's the only reason I did Saturn, so I wouldn't have to babysit, because I was out of SpongeBob SquarePants cartoons. I didn't know what to do with it. Anyway, so when I put the images together, I found these spots, okay? And I made a little animated GIF. There's only 4 images, but it shows these spots rotating. The nice thing is about making movie files, you see things better, and you also, if something is an artifact, artifacts generally don't rotate with the planet, okay? So it's real. No, I mean, I'm serious. We get accused of this a lot. Okay, so I sent them in, and those of you who correspond with me know I hate email and rarely look at it. And I did open my email, and there was a message from some guy at NASA at Goddard Space Flight Center, and he was on the Cassini team, and he said that day on the 24th, there was the biggest electrostatic discharge they've ever measured on Saturn. And the spacecraft wasn't set up to photograph the planet. Could amateurs please try to take images? So I sent these to him, and you get all crazy. It's a discovery image. And so it just shows that being a really selfish, miserable person does pay off. Okay. And this is, now the neat thing about this spot is that 3 weeks later, well, almost 4 weeks later, it's still there. Ed Grafton just sent me this image. The spot's still going. So it's kind of neat. And you can, in the solar system, still discover things. You really can. Okay, Mars's day, I mentioned to before, is a little bit longer than the Earth's, 24 hours, 39 minutes. So it goes around a little more slowly, and in 1 day of 24 Earth hours, it only goes around 350 degrees. So if we look at Mars the same time every night, its central longitude will appear to back up, go against the way it rotates about 10 degrees every night. And like this, Tuesday, Wednesday night, see, same time. So you're going to see the features more to the east each night. Now, what this means is that it really pays to have observers around the world, because if you're observing the same time every night, you have to wait 36 days before you're going to see the same stuff again. But the guys in Japan are going to see the other side of the planet. And you really need, if you're going to study Mars from the Earth, you need a worldwide network, which we actually have established here. It's called the International Mars Patrol. And, anyway, there's a fun bunch. Okay, now, very seriously now, we did have this year so far, the ALPO has received 5,500 Mars observations. And the apparition isn't over yet from 96 observers in 22 countries. And this is really a cool thing. This here is Chick Capon right there, who started this all. He died 20 years ago in May. And that's Bill Douglas, who many of you know is president of Southern Cross for many years. And I have this globe that I got willed by Chick because it has little dots on it. Chick was really big on this. We need observers around the world to study Mars. And he really established this International Mars Patrol. And it's really cool. It's so easy now with the internet. And we have, I mean, people I consider friends. Well, like Eric there in Mexico, and we got guys in Japan and France and England. And you look at the countries we had: Romania, Slovenia. I didn't even know some of these were countries, you know, like the UK. I don't know what the UK is, but anyway. No, and they're doing great work. This is a gal here from Romania, you know, a little 6-inch telescope and a webcam, just doing phenomenal. She made some discoveries this year. So it's kind of neat. And again, with the internet, it's so much easier than airmail or overseas telephone calls. And so this latest apparition, I think, was an internet apparition. I'm going to show you some interesting websites I think you should. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, I have an automatic link to that. It just, you know, yeah. Anyway, one, of course, I have to put an ad in for our own group, the Association of Lunar and Planetary Observers, ALPO for short. And we have a website that Rick Hill has made for us at the Lunar and Planetary Lab at University of Arizona. And or just go on Google and put an ALPO, and you'll get something that's not dog food after a while. And you go down here on the web page, and here's all the planets we deal with. You can click on all the various sections. We have a training program, publication section, historical instrument section, just about anything you'd want to do, computing section. It's a nice site. And if you click and go on to the Mars section, oh, the other thing too, we also, each section now, I think, Roger, just about every section has a professional advisor who you know, gives us help. And I hope Jim Bell isn't here because he's one of them. And this just gives you an idea of the images we put up on the web page. Another site is the Oriental Astronomical Association Mars site. In addition to putting up this site, which is just phenomenal, it has thousands of observations from the last several apparitions on it. We get a printed newsletter every 2 weeks. It's written in Japanese and English. And this just gives you an idea of one of their pages. You can find any observer, any type of observation you want. It's all organized. Yahoo Groups has a tremendous thing now. The images go on there. They're unfortunately, they're bigger than thumbnails, but you can't really blow them up to normal size. But we have a very nice discussion group for Mars on Yahoo. And this year they had 1,400 members. So if you like email, join this group. I mean, it's just, you know, all kinds of discussions. And the neat thing is, too, a lot of professionals chime in. Gary Rosenbaum at that, I think he's still Lick Observatory, not Lick, down in Tucson. He I think that's where he is now. But anyway, he chimes in periodically with, "Well, you guys are stupid." No, he says, you know, this, because we see these things on Mars. And these guys now, the amateurs today aren't waiting for me to tell them to look at something, because I usually don't know it either. And they're finding stuff on the planet on their images and so-and-so's images. Then they go on the site and they say, you know, wow, that's really cool. What is that? What is that? And then Gary or Jim Bell or somebody will chime in and say, well, we think that's this. And it's kind of neat. It's a real give and take thing. So we've been very active. This is the Yahoo website. The observations are organized by the central meridian or longitude, and also the new images go in there. And finally, this is something that's been established since 1995. Jim Bell at Cornell University started this for us. He got Jet Propulsion Lab to fund this. And it's called the International Mars Watch website, and where amateurs send their drawings and their observations. And now, since Jim is doing the Mars rovers, we have Dave Klassen is doing it for us. But we have a professional who's in charge of the site, and he sends out a newsletter every few weeks. And, you know, there's a professional guy who's taking time to do this for a bunch of amateurs, which I think is pretty cool. And so this just gives you an idea. This Carlos's drawing. We have drawings on there too, a lot of drawings, and really good data. So it's a tremendous repository of data for us and for the professionals. They do appreciate this. Mars observations was about 90%, a little bit more than 90%, or 80% this year of CCD work, meaning video, cold CCD, or webcam. Drawings about 10% still, which is good. And I put other, we have some people now who are doing photoelectric whole disk photometry on Mars, which is a study that is long overdue because they can tell we're having a dust storm before we can. And also polarimetry, which again relates to the atmospheric conditions on Mars. The big revolution is a webcam. This is the 2U cam, which used to go for $80, and it got popular. It's $130 now. And of course, now you can get a really nice little webcam for $1,000 if you want. But nonetheless, this is a great little camera. And the neat thing about it is that the software to run it, at least initially, is free. This is Registax, which is a freeware program, and we use for processing the images. And it's a tremendous service that this guy has provided. And so you just put the images in here and you stack them, and bingo. Now, I'll just give you an example, I hope. I'm not real good at this linking stuff. Let's see what happens. Okay. Okay, very good. All right, now this is taken a week ago. This is Mars at about 8 arc seconds. And this was with a webcam, Luminara webcam, in really good seeing from my house. And that's good there. It really got good. You can tell it's really getting good now. So this went on for about 3,000 frames. And the webcam saves this as an AVI file, okay, which is a standard video file. I'm going to stop this because I really get nauseated. And I'll see if I can get back to my regular program. And you saw those frames, right? I mean, some of them were much better than that, but that was an average. Okay, put them in Registax. I stacked about 1,000 of them and wound up with that. I mean, it ain't bad, 8 arc seconds. And so what these webcams have allowed us to do is beat the scene. These things are shooting at the 50th or 100th of a frame per second sometimes, the new webcams. And even those times of turbulence, you have some very sharp images coming through. And as opposed to film, which requires like many seconds exposures, or even cool CCD cameras, which may be a quarter of a second or so. These things are fast and they allow you to beat the scene. Here's just an example of Jupiter. See how grainy and it's kind of noisy and all that. And you put it in Registax and you do just a minimal amount of processing on it, just a number one wavelet at 50%, and bingo. And that's the other thing I've learned from a lot of these guys I've been dealing with, is that the less processing, the better, really. And you just don't overprocess this stuff. So whatever. The other things we've been able to do, this is with a 10-inch telescope and a webcam, details on Ganymede, which are real details. Just great stuff. You can get Mars images that rival the Hubble. So yes, that's Olympus Mons there, and there, clouds. Okay, here's a guy, Larry Owens, up in Alpharetta, Georgia, which with a C14 and a fairly inexpensive webcam. This is opposition. I mean, look, you got little polar caps less than an arc second in size. He nailed that. This is some guy named Sean Walker, who 7-inch Mac Newt from the Boston area, with a seeing. They're not noted for their great seeing. And this is, again, it's not just a nice image, but he nailed this dust storm that's coming down here across this area. Isn't that neat? I mean, that's just, simple webcams. Again, nothing really fancy. By the way, Sean is also, I understand he's resigning from Sky Telescope to take up a career as a successor to the crocodile hunter. Outside our room the other day, we had a attack by the giant lizard. So Sean went after him. Crikey, he said, look at that. Okay. The other big advantage of the technology today is that you can image planets when they're very, very small. I mean, we're getting images of Neptune and Uranus now at 4 arc seconds. Here's Mars taken by Damien Peach over in England back in 2002 at less than 4 arc seconds, and they are good pictures. In 1980, I would love to have had a slide of Mars like that at opposition. I mean, here he's doing it, it's just tiny. And again, you're beating the scene because you're doing a very high frame rate. It's very effective that way. Okay, to repeat now, we're seeing southern spring, southern summer mostly on Mars during 2005. And the south polar cap is one of the things we study because it regresses. It doesn't melt. It sublimes away throughout southern spring and summer. And this just gives you an example here of the south cap. This was actually the first day of spring in Mars on the south, and the cap, you know, surprisingly gets smaller and smaller as summer progresses. And this is midsummer here. It's just a tiny little nubbin. And this is a fellow from the Netherlands who sent us this series. It's just beautiful, Richard Bozeman. And that's him. And what's he using? He used I think it's a 12-inch telescope or something like that, and a 2U cam or something disgusting, you know, again. And again, you see the cap, you know, regresses as the series continues. But I wanted to point out here that people for a long time said, oh, the south cap completely disappears in southern summer. North cap doesn't because it's very thick ice remnant, but they said, oh, the south cap probably goes away. Well, it probably doesn't. And the spacecraft have shown this now, but nonetheless, you still don't see it sometimes. And here you don't see it because the south cap is offset 5 degrees in a certain longitude. So when you're looking at the other side of Mars over here, you're not going to see the little cap remnant. And just to show you here, the picture, see that this is where it's angled toward. It's about 50 degrees longitude right here. And this is taken at the same time. I don't know who took these, I forgot. But this is just about the same time or same date on the other side. These are two guys who were, you know, one in Japan and one in America. And the cap looks totally different, even though it's the same day and same date. So Mars always has some kind of nasty surprises for us. Okay, and the other features of the south polar cap are these rifts that develop. As the cap sublimes away, it breaks up. And, you know, the geography under the cap, or areography under the cap, is rugged terrain and so various rifts and splits. And they all have incredibly unpronounceable Latin names, so I won't go into it. These here are called the Mountains of Mitchell, with one L. And these were discovered probably by some guy named Mitchell. And they weren't mountains, they're actually depressions. Okay, but the old-time astronomers thought these were mountain peaks that still had snow on them when the cap regressed. And with this stuff, in addition, it's a good test for your telescope. It's also very important to know when these things break off. These are actually, the whole group of them are called outliers. This, again, is the Mountains of Mitchell here. And this is another little blob, which names I forgot. It's important to know that because one of the studies we do is the timing of the polar cap regression. We've been doing that for about 40 years now. This is one of the things where we found there was global warming on Mars, which the spacecraft have recently verified with Mars Global Surveyor people. We don't know why, but I suspect it's my Explorer that's causing that, but not sure. Anyway, but this is very important because Mars does have a climate. It has weather, and this is one of the studies that amateurs can do and have done over the years. This apparition, we don't have all the data worked out because there's a lot of statistics involved, but it looks like the cap actually was a little bit bigger in midsummer than normal, so Mars may be actually cooling down a little bit. Okay, now there's another phenomenon here called the south polar hood. When the cap, either the north or the south, begins to regress or sublime away in late autumn, late summer rather, in whatever hemisphere you're dealing with, the cap becomes covered with this hood, this kind of dirty gray hood of clouds, and that's called the polar hood. And this just gives you an example of it. This was, I don't know when this was. Oh, it was just recently, 14th of January. That is the south polar area. The cap is no longer visible. You see in blue light, you see this kind of cruddy looking cloud. So these clouds kind of cover over the cap. And it's interesting to study also because its behavior changes dramatically when dust storms are around. And also its appearance, until recently, has been a mystery. The classic interpretation of the polar hood was that you have this hood forming over the cap. During the winter, autumn and winter, the cap is growing underneath this hood because it's cold, you know, there's no sunlight there or anything. And then the first day of spring, or right around the first day of spring, the hood dissipates and here's this pristine, beautiful white cap left. Okay, now Clyde Tombaugh years ago said, he was a tremendous student of Mars. And he said, he didn't think that was right. He said, what he thought was his knowledge of physics, and especially on Mars, was that the hood forms, and then the first day of spring, it condenses to form the cap. And everybody thought, well, Clyde, yeah, okay, old guy, doesn't know what he's doing. Well, this picture was an accident. I took this in 1992, and I forgot to put the infrared rejection filter in. So essentially, it's an infrared green and blue picture. And I said, something's wrong with this picture. Well, it turned out these are named albedo features under the North Polar hood. And if the cap were there, you wouldn't be seeing these things. Okay, they'd be covered with the cap. And 2 weeks later, they were, because the hood went away and the cap was there. This was taken just a few days before the spring equinox in the north. So I showed that to Dr. Tom at a meeting. I presented it. He was there, and he got all extremely agitated and was really happy about it. And since then, the Mars Global Surveyor has sort of proved this. This was this film clip starts in February 2005 in the southern hemisphere, late winter. Okay, this is the hood. It just kind of clouds. It's kind of breaking up, looking crummy. See a dull, awful looking thing, nothing under it. And then all of a sudden, it starts going away, and bingo, you're going to get a nice bright cap right about there. Okay, and these were also taken in infrared, so they would have seen a cap through that thing. It wasn't there. The hood just kind of, you know, it's a crummy looking bunch of clouds, and all of a sudden they went away, and boom. So what probably happened is it condenses down to form a hood. And again, when you're studying Martian climate, it's important to determine what date the cap formation or cap appearance occurs. And this year it was a little bit late, so maybe Mars is cooling. Okay, and here's just another shot during this current apparition that we did see the named dark features under the hood. Now, which brings me to the next point. I've been talking about clouds and stuff like that, and we have to talk about color filters. So I can do this, I guess, myself here. Okay, we go to a picture. This is taken with something called film. And here's Mars. How many of you have seen this before? Because you can take a smoke break if you want. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. No. Well, you don't count, Joyce. You could give this lecture. Okay. All right, here we have the south is up, remember. So that's a south polar cap, north polar cap, and a zit. Okay, everybody agree with that? Yes? No? Okay, okay. All right, now we're going to look at this image. Now, this, by the way, is delivered. Remember, I told you we turn off the drive to see which way east and west is, and that's the streak it deliberately. Okay, now this was taken in '86. Now, let's just look at it through color filters and see what happens here. God, I hope this works. Well, I don't look any more of a fool than I normally do. Okay, well, what happened? Yikes! Wait a minute. Look at that. North polar cap, south polar cap, and the zit. And the north polar cap and the zit pretty much went away, right? This one use a blue filter. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, get over here. I hate to have a picture of my rear end on your camera. Okay, can you see that? Blue filter. Okay, and what this tells us, since Mars's atmosphere is largely opaque to blue light, that's not a north polar cap, and that zit is a cloud. Okay, and that thing that we call the north polar cap down here is also a cloud or the north polar hood. Okay, you never see both polar caps on Mars at the same time. One always has a hood on it, or it's tilted in such a way that you'll never see them simultaneously. There might be 1 or 2 days when you could, but you might not. So that's another thing you can tell people at cocktail parties to really get their attention. Okay, so we use color filters, and you can use color filters when I know everybody's going to run out there and look at Mars tonight, 7 arc seconds, and you can go to an art supply store and get these little swatches, huh? Oh, Chuck has them? Oh, okay, good. Give them. No, do you have them really? I've been looking for them. Edmund sells them for $200, I think, but you know, what you do is you put these between your eye and the eyepiece. You don't have to get screw-in filters that cost $50 a piece. You use something like this and just go back and forth. And it works really well. It really does. It brings out the cloud details. The red brings out the surface details because Mars is red. The dark areas tend to be a little bluish green, and that enhances the contrast so you can see stuff. So whenever possible, use color filters when you're looking at the planets, and you'll find all kinds of neat things. It's like drinking scotch. It takes a little bit to get used to, but once you do, nothing like it. Yeah, this again just shows clouds on Mars. These are CCD images here from back a ways, 99. And you see the difference, red, green, and blue. Red light, you're seeing surface features. Green, we were, kind of intermediate, but blue. Difference between red and blue is enormous because there are clouds there. And Mars's atmosphere normally doesn't let blue light go through it. So it's a good way to study the meteorology of Mars. We go into Photoshop and you have CCD images. You got a red one, green one, and a blue one. And you do something that Scott can tell you how to do it, and you combine them, make a color image, okay, like that. Now that doesn't look too good. And this is a problem with Mars. It's kind of what Tony Hallis was talking about is the color balancing and push and pull and that sort of thing. It's very difficult with Mars and especially Saturn. But you get this ugly looking stuff along here and it's an artifact. So, I'm not sure it is. And besides which, I don't like this general cast. So what I do So I take this image, which is the red, green, blue composite, and I bring back the blue image. This was the blue. That's the North Polar hood, and it's clouds and all kinds of neat stuff. I cut or copy and paste this onto the RGB image. And then I go over here to layers. I use something called hard light, and I can adjust the slider, and there you go. Mars with nice clouds, polar hood. Cool, huh? Yep. So that's the way, that's before and that's after. And I do that with most of my Mars images now. And it just enhances the atmosphere, huh? The slider, it's in the layers menu, it's called hard light. Yeah, there's layer, it's a layer blending mode. You just pick, and then you got sliders. I mean, sometimes it's too extreme. You can just adjust 50% or, you know, whatever percent you want, make it aesthetically pleasing. But in addition to looking nicer, it also has a lot more information on it, which is really what you want. This is back in 2003, same thing. This is kind of what I was getting all the time on Mars, and I knew there were clouds there, so I kind of figured this out accidentally. And see that nice, that's morning limb haze. It's fog, like we'll have tomorrow morning maybe. And that's, again, polar hood with a cold front coming off of it. So cool stuff. Okay, and as I pointed out, Mars has an atmosphere, it has weather. And a lot of these clouds are called water ice crystal clouds. They're not, there's a lot of water vapor, well, relatively, for Mars, there's a lot of water vapor in the atmosphere. And the clouds are made up of water ice crystals, and they tend to form in the spring and summer afternoons over the volcanoes, just like you got in the Rocky Mountains. And in the summer, when you get the heat bringing the moist air up, and it condenses into clouds. They're called orographic clouds. And in the Everglades, we have a similar phenomenon in the summer where you get the updrafts, the moisture from the Everglades, and we get these really beautiful thunderstorms, which scare the hell out of you in the afternoon. That's so I took this, I was using the Celestron Next Star, I think it was. Yeah, whatever the biggest one, I just can't remember. That's Olympus Mons, the 18-kilometer high volcano on Mars with orographic clouds around it. That's an artist sketch. And the neat thing is, too, you can see these volcanoes. I think the next apparition, I'm sure we will, because we'll have better technology. But that's Olympus Mons there. And these are the other three big volcanoes of the Tharsis Shield, which is Arsia Mons, Pavonis Mons, and Ascraeus Mons. And they're named after classical blotches that the classical astronomers saw these. They named them after some mythological characters or areas on Greece and whatever, and the names have stuck. Olympus Mons, even though we know it's a monster volcano, it should be called Olympus. In the 1877, Schiaparelli said it had orographic clouds on it, so he called it Nix Olympica, the snows of Olympus. You know, it was very poetic, and not knowing that there was a real Olympus there. And this is Ed Grafton did this. That's Olympus Mons with a shadow. It's not casting a shadow, but what you're seeing is essentially a phase. You know, it's toward the evening, so the back half of Olympus Mons is in shadow. A big debate. You may have read the editorial that we sent to Astronomy or Sky Telescope about casting shadows. Well, the slope of Olympus Mons, even a fat guy like me with my cane, I could walk up that thing to the summit without really much problem. It's about a 4 or 5 degree incline. Yeah, it's a shield volcano. And you go out to Mauna Kea, or not, Mauna Loa, whatever it is out there, it looks flat almost. And if you're standing on Mars looking at this volcano, it just look maybe a little bump, and that's, you know, nothing to it. So they don't cast shadows, but you can see them from the Earth. And also at opposition, they get real bright. And we noticed that this year, and this is the first time somebody called attention to it. The amateur said, oh, Olympus Mons is real bright. It's white, it's like a white dot. And that's the opposition effect, like why the full moon is brighter when the sun's coming right at it, at opposition. Some of these clouds form over the volcanoes and actually coalesce, form a W cloud or the W cloud, depending on your politics. And this is, again, 2005, we had a little W cloud, but we had a thing called the domino clouds, which is the same thing. You see, it's in the afternoon here, and these clouds are forming over the volcanoes, and they're kind of neat to watch. In the southern spring and summer, we have less of these discrete water crystal clouds than we do in the northern spring and summer. And this is a thing that Jeff Bish and I did a few years ago, 24,000 observations we went through and statisticized the clouds and did all that stuff, which shows you how really sick we are. The northern hemisphere is a very thick remnant of water ice covered by carbon dioxide. And it used to be thought that the southern cap was mostly, well, all carbon dioxide. Now they know there's water in the south too. But the main reservoir for the north is the North Polar Cap. The main water reservoir for the south are the big impact basins of Hellas and Argyre. and they're not on the South Pole, or just a little bit north of it. So they get the sun first before the South Pole does. The water goes off, and we tend to see these clouds earlier in the southern hemisphere than we do in the north. This is the cloud called RCA Mons. That's a volcano I told you about, RCA Mons. And I have a better picture of it. That's the volcanoes, the 4 great volcanoes. That's a much better picture of RCA Mons. That was taken, I think that was taken with one of the Meade cameras, wasn't it? Okay. All right, and this is a blue light picture from 2003, RCA Mons. And during this, the clouds stayed there the whole apparition, all during spring and summer. All the other clouds kind of came and went. Olympus Mons didn't have any clouds this year, but RCA Mons came and went. And we do a little lapse time here. And notice how it's getting brighter and brighter as afternoon progresses. Just like in the Rockies, you know, as clouds start building and getting brighter and brighter. And we got another one here. This was taken this year. Again, RCA Mons. And as afternoon, as it rotates, it gets bigger and brighter. No. Actually, it depends on where you measure it from, but Astroarchaeology Mons, I think, is the tallest, but from the base or something. I can't remember how it is, but Olympus really isn't the tallest volcano. It's kind of like, is Pluto a planet, though? I mean, you know, it's from its base, so it's not the tallest. Anyway, you can see how it's getting brighter. And also notice there's another thing here, which I just noticed. There's a little cloud right on the terminator. See, it just disappears. Wait till the next run there, you'll see it. See that little zip? Isn't that cool? And this stuff you can do with you know, blue filters and fairly simple equipment. Okay, now Mars does always have surprises for us, even though now we really know a lot of what it's going to do. We can predict the weather on Mars to a certain extent. And one thing I've learned in observing Mars now for 52 years is that it always has surprise. Mars is kind of like eating at a Chinese restaurant. You know, you're never really quite sure. What you're going to get. Okay. Anyway, Mars has dust, okay? And this is, you know, all the science fiction stories you read about Mars. There's a dust storm, it's killing everybody and all this stuff, you know. And it is noted for its dust. And the spacecraft have certainly shown us that it's a very dusty place. It has dust devils that leave little tracks in the sand. Look at that. These are tracks from the dust devils taken by the Mars Global Surveyor. And this is a picture from the Odyssey spacecraft of a couple of them zipping along. And that's them. Yeah. They do nice work. So Jim Bell sent me that. I think it was just, I think it's on the net now too. It's just beautiful. Anyway, and this gives you an idea of some of the dust storms on Mars. I mean, this is a minor dust storm that occurred in 2002, I guess. And you compare that in size, it's almost would cover the United States. So these are significant things. And here's a real big one right there. Look at that. That's the coast of Africa. And here's my house, okay? South Florida is a very dusty place. We get Sahara dust over here. And people didn't believe it, but now they actually analyze the dust. And certain times of the year, we get these clouds of dust coming and depositing in our optics and things. And most of the dust storms, you think about on Mars, these big global dust storms. 1971, just before the Mariner spacecraft, Mariner 9, arrived there, Mars, little zit started right there. And in a week, it covered the entire planet. The spacecraft got there, and the thing looked like a cue ball, you know. So I think we wasted $1 billion here, you know. Werner, we have wasted money. Okay, anyway, these are the romantic storms, but there have only been 10 of them since 1877, these big planet encircling storms. And there's only one truly global one, if you again get into semantics, because that covered the poles in addition to the rest of the planet. So about every 3 Martian years, you're going to get a really big storm. And fortunately for us, unfortunately for most observers, but I like these things. In 2001, we had a real whopper of a dust storm. It was a good planet encircling storm. It occurred at a time when it was just beginning to peak into the dust storm season. This is that cloud study I showed you before. The yellow now is dust clouds. And you notice that unlike the water ice crystal clouds, dust clouds tend to be much more prevalent in the southern spring and summer. And that's probably because Mars is 36 million miles closer to the sun. It's getting more radiant energy and more energy to lift the dust up. So that's when we tend to see dust storms more often. This just shows the dust storm in 2001. This is Syrtis Major, which hopefully we'll see tonight. And see a little streak up there? This is Maurice Valenberti, and I forgot where he's from now. I think he's in Australia. And this is, as the thing progressed here, there was a couple of weeks later, And it eventually just covered the entire planet. And it lasted about 6 months before the planet really got back to fairly normal. So these dust particles are in the micron size range, and they can stay suspended for a long time. In fact, there's always dust in the air of Mars, which is why the atmosphere looks red. This is kind of interesting. This is like the view that Mariner 9 got when they got to Mars. Mars is covered with dust. This is fresh dust clouds right here. And you see that dark thing right here, that little streak? Well, that's called an anomalous albedo feature, which means that you shouldn't be there. It's a dark blotch and ain't belong there. And the reason is you've got the sun that's coming from this direction. These clouds are up to, we measured them to 19 kilometers in height, and it's casting shadow on the clouds below. So you'll see these shadows occur. And you see there are 4 zits here, 1, 2, 3, 4. And those are the peaks of the 4 great Tharsis volcanoes poking up through the dust. And that's what Mariner 9 saw. It got to Mars and said, oh my God, the cue ball, you know, they weren't happy. And Chick Capen predicted this storm, and nobody knows how he did it, but he told them that they were going to get one. And fortunately, his spacecraft was like, you know, the rovers, it was engineered so well that it lasted much longer than it was programmed to. After a few weeks, the dust settled, and that's the first time they discovered these volcanoes. They saw these 4 little dots peeking up, and they, you know, got a closer look as the dust settled. 4 big volcanoes. So it's kind of neat. Arcia, Pavonis, Ascraeus, Olympus. Okay. Dust storms are bright and red light. Everybody says they're yellow clouds. They tend to be yellowish, but everything on Mars is bright and yellow light, so we don't use that. If it's not bright and red light, it's not dust, and it has to move. And this year in 2005, we had 4 dust storms between August and November. 3 were localized, the one regional. The regional one is more than 1,500 kilometers in long axis. So, I mean, again, that's a semantic thing. And they occurred pretty much when predicted. See, this is right on the peak of the dust storm season in Mars. And the first one really would never have been picked up even probably 4 years ago until the advent of the technology of the webcam. And this was just around the South Pole. See that little streak there? That's the beginning of a dust storm. And then it kind of comes down here, little, almost yellowish, little fingers coming down. Ed Grafton took that. It's like a little hand spreading down. And this is by that guy up in Georgia again, just beautiful. And that just lasted a few days and went away. Yeah, but that's interesting to know. Some of these dust storms we're now seeing are just, you know, they're extremely small. People are picking them up. Here's an example of one here. This is Sylvia, the girl with a little 6-inch telescope, who picked up that little dot, and she noticed it. I mean, I didn't notice it. See that little dot right there? And Mazzatis, who's some really good observers from Italy, also picked that up. And then that developed into a, look at that streak, 24 hours between this image and that image, and it blew up probably 500 miles. Just went up into across Chrysae, that's where one of the landers is, the Vikings, and right up into the close to the Valles Marineris. And then a few days later, it just kind of went away. But this is really neat stuff, and it's stuff that we haven't really seen that much before. Again, in October, we had a really nice storm. Huh? Oh. Anyway, see that? Again, a little dot right there. And in 24 hours, that little dot went up there. And then you see this is the Valles Marineris. This dust went right along the Grand Canyon of Mars. Right along and you can follow it. You can see the Grand Canyon of Mars because that's what this dark stuff is. But to see the dust going along, it was really spooky. And then it blew up south more and became kind of more diffuse. And then finally went down here to Meridiani Sinus. So it was just a very large event. And what really happens here is it's not just one dust storm. I really feel, we're getting more and more evidence of the fact that conditions are right for a dust storm to develop, so it hits. And then it's like Story Musgrave was talking about the lightning storms being boom, 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 you know, the whole chain of them. And I think here the conditions are right. So we got all these, I call them niduses of activity start off, and the dust, you know, they follow suit, and then the whole thing sort of coalesces together to form a dust storm. Ed Grafton did these, and this is just gorgeous. Look, you see the Valles Marineris there? Just going along. This T14 with a old SD5 camera, I think he used. And then it kind of became very diffuse. It lasted a couple of weeks. And Rolf Meyer took this. This is of the same storm, but look at that. It's just 3 images, but it really shows how that thing expanded over a period of about 4 days. It started there, that's number 2, and that's number 3. Isn't that neat? Cool. Okay. The final storm we had was not very long lived, but it was very impressive. It sort of just exploded onto the scene. It started October 22nd or 27th. Again, pretty much in that same area. This is the 0 meridian of Mars. It's called Meridiani Sinus. And within one day, it just became this really increasingly ugly spot. Went up there, and a couple of days later, it actually occluded meridian sinus. You didn't see it anymore. And you see that, and then it became very diffuse and kind of went away. So that was the history of the dust storms in 2005, and everybody was happy we didn't have a global, except for me, probably Dan Troiani, who likes them too. You know, it's an acquired taste. And finally, amateurs have now not only seen but imaged the moons of Mars, Phobos and Deimos. Oh yeah, and this guy, I forgot, I can't remember I should have looked up the telescopes, but the data's back in Miami, and I really didn't want to drive up there this morning to get it. But again, it's a telescope that's well under 10 inches in aperture. And this is his image of Mars, actually, he took with a webcam to show you. This is grossly overexposed because it has to be. But you'd fit this little image inside that to give you an idea of a distance scale. And Adrian made a nice little lapse time for me. Isn't that neat? And that's over, not very long. It's about 40 minutes, 30 minutes, actually. So they really hustle along. So. And I have one other picture, which is probably better. It's the first annular eclipse we've seen from Mars. The Odyssey took this of Phobos going across the sun. So, you know, the spacecraft are still, they're just doing an absolutely phenomenal job. And I'm looking forward to when Jim Bell comes and gives his talk. He's been one of our mentors and supporters, and we have a lot of these professionals who have just helped us tremendously. Jim is in charge of the color imaging of the Odyssey spacecraft. This is, the Odyssey, the Opportunity lander. And still Larry, it's taking another picture. You know? Anyway, now one other thing. Tonight we're all going to rush out to the field and look at Mars. And this is what you're going to see. You're going to see Mars. If south is up in your sky, it'll be tilted about this amount. And you'll have some dark features kind of slashed across here. And this will be the south polar hood, a little fairly bright little cloud up there. You might see a little sliver. Dan saw it last night, I guess, with Tranny and Joyce, of the south polar cap, north polar cap actually shining through. And these have Samarium and Cerberus. They're named after really, God of War, Cerberus. Isn't that the three-headed hound of hell that sits there waiting? Just bad stuff on Mars. Yeah, it's just not good. And but if you wait till 9:30 tonight, wait till 9:30. Sirtis Major will be rotating onto the limb, and it may. I can't guarantee it. I don't know if Dan Troiani had seen this when you were observing last night, but Sirtis Major is covered with a thing called the Sirtis blue cloud at certain times of the Martian year. It's really cool. It's called the blue scorpion by the early astronomers, and what it is, it looks iridescent. It's a very pronounced blue. If you use a yellow filter, it turns green because blue and yellow make green. And you put a little yellow filter up in front of your eye as that cloud is on the limb, and it's just a shimmering iridescent green. It's spooky looking because you say this shouldn't belong on a planet because the colors are fairly muted. So, okay, I think I'm going to take advice of my doctor here and quit right about now. So. Any questions? That's about it. Yeah. Oh no. Thank you. Couldn't wait. Oh wow. We have an email from Stephen Hawking. It says, okay. That's all, folks. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes. On the planet. Yes. They showed, it wasn't that eclipse, but they actually showed a darkening going along the planet. Yeah. Oh, it's incredible what they're doing up there. And you really got to hand it to the guys who designed these landers. They're supposed to go 90 days and 2 years now. They've done one Martian year already. So slick. Thank you very much.
Olivia, it's time for another number.
327.
327 sounds like an old Chevy engine. Pat, give him a prize. 327.
Number 327, Patrice Scatlin. You won Software Bis, the Sky Imaging Edition. Congratulations. Please enjoy it.
All right, guys, don't forget to get your 2021 Winter Star Party swag right here at this address. Explore Scientific offers a wide range of astronomical filters that take narrow slices of light and allow you to see that light or capture it on a camera. The filters come in a Wilterian Planisphere box, which is a piece of art unto itself. These are beautiful. I know people who display these in their homes because they're so pretty. The filters arrive inside of a plastic protective case, such as this one, with a 2-inch filter. We also offer 1.25-inch filters. These filters screw in to a diagonal, an eyepiece, or fit into a filter tray or filter wheel for astronomical or visual use. We offer UHC filters, CLS filters, hydrogen beta filters, and a neutral density filter. The first three are great for nebula. The fourth one, the neutral density filter, is great for use when you're looking at a bright moon. Cuts down the brightness, makes it easier on your eye, and lets you see details that would otherwise be washed out by the brightness. To explore our filters, go to explorescientificusa.com, go to astrophotography, down to filters, and you'll see our selection. They come in both 1.25-inch and 2-inch in the ones I've listed. I'm Kent Martz with Explore Scientific.
On January 28th, 2017, Tippy's lifelong dream of a Southern Cross Observatory came to fruition. Here we have a montage of that event featuring Dr. Mike Reynolds and yours truly.
It was a beautiful day for a beautiful event. Saturday, January 28, 2017. Southern Cross members and friends came from all around Florida to dedicate the 1-acre observatory at Southwest 217 Avenue in Homestead to honor Tippy Dioria, former Southern Cross Vice President and founder of the world-renowned Winter Star Party. Tippy cut the traditional ribbon, and the celebration included solar viewing, a barbecue, and several spoke of their fond memories of previous Winter Star Parties. Tippy recalled his Winter Star Party adventures and expressed his appreciation for the dedication.
Everybody, and welcome. Thank you for attending the dedication ceremony for the Dioria Observatory. My name is Russ Brick, and I was recently elected president of the Southern Cross Astronomical Society. It's so nice. It's so nice to see you all together in one place. You guys have seen my emails, so you know that this is going to be happening a lot more often. I want to bring the club together, and I want us to do a lot of things together. We're going to try and have a barbecue out here every summer. We're going to have members-only events, and hopefully a Christmas party. And the observatory, mount, and scopes were purchased as a package from a remote location in New Mexico just a couple of months later. The property was cleared, and construction of the piers and the dome and platform started shortly after that. The site, as you see it today, is really the result of the hard work and dedication of the following 4 people. And I'd like you guys to stand up and just give a wave there. Steve Van Ryn, and who we generally accept to be the brains of the operations around here, Tim Kahn. The Dioria Observatory property is open to all club members to observe and image at your leisure. The site is home to a fully robotic light buckets clamshell dome with a Paramount ME mount providing a professional-grade imaging platform. Almost any combination of scope and camera can be mounted and powered through the mount's onboard hub. Okay, now a brief history of the Winter Star Party. SCAS life member Tippy Dioria and wife Patty, now living in Ocala, Florida, initiated the concept of a Winter Star Party hosted by the Southern Cross Astronomical Society more than 30 years ago. It was Tippy's dream to use funds earned from the Winter Star Party to build a permanent observatory for the use of the club. The early Winter Star Parties were arranged at Mahogany Hammock. With an overwhelming attendance, the event was moved 3 years later to the Boy Scout facility, Camp Sawyer. And 3 years after that, outgrowing Camp Sawyer, the Star Party was moved to the adjoining Girl Scout facility, Camp Wasumpi, both located on West Summerlin Key, where it continues to attract hundreds of astronomers worldwide, bringing amateur and professional equipment to observe and photograph the dark night skies near southern latitudes. What can you say about Tippy Dioria? Well, apparently I can say 5 pages worth. Tippy is a noted astrophotographer who uses both cold camera photography and video for his work and has previously taught creative photography. He is a frequent guest speaker and has lectured on astronomy at universities, high schools, astronomy clubs, and civic groups, as well as state and national parks. In January 1991, Tippy received recognition for his contributions to amateur astronomy, as well as he was honored by the International Astronomical Union. He is the author of numerous articles and scientific papers. Tippy is an amateur telescope maker who has made several instruments of various sizes from 2 to 18 inches. His main astronomical interests are astrophotography, deep sky, and solar system observing. You are a busy guy, my friend. No wonder I'm tired. Gosh, I see that. Well, that wraps up the lifetime accomplishments of Tippy. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Reynolds.
Thanks, Russ. I was trying to think about what to say, and I figured, well, I needed to keep at least rated PG-13 or R, so I don't have any comments to make. Seriously, I've been very blessed and fortunate to know Tippy and Patty for many, many, many years. And we actually met because a mutual friend, a fellow by the name of Don Parker. Don knew of our interests in photography and said I had done a lot of cold camera work as well as Tippy, and so that's how we first met. And so that initial meeting grew into a friendship that really has been lifelong for my wife Debbie and myself. And Tippy and Patty are two very, very special people to us. And as I think about the experiences I've had with Tippy, you know, we all think of him as the celestial gem. And so is Patty, the celestial gem. And some of you know what that reference kind of comes back to, the Winter Star Party, of course. And there's more to Tippy and Patty than that. You're just one of those really magnetic speakers, and you always have great stories to tell. And some of them I can't tell, but I'll tell you one. See how many four-letter words I can say here. Like stellar heliocentric illustration tissue. Tippy came up with this wonderful way, which I still use for my college students, of laying out the solar system. I don't know how many of you have ever seen him do this, but what he does, he uses a roll of 1,000 sheet Scott toilet paper, stellar heliocentric illustration tissue. I'll let you figure that out. And each sheet represents 1,000,000 miles. And so you have the sun, it's about the size of an orange, and you roll out this paper. My college students, Tippy, love this. It's the first thing I do in class, the first night of class. and then I make them roll up the paper after we've gone out the blue tape, which is rolls, by the way. But other stories with Tippy and Patty. One of my most enjoyable opportunities was to have a chance to observe with these two fine people. And one evening, I happened to be one of the people that was out to Everglades when you guys brought out that magnificent 18-inch Dob. And we were observing, and an owl decided to join the party. You've probably heard about this, the infamous owl dropping on the mirror right in the middle of observing. So, notice I've so far been pretty clean, haven't I, in what I've had to say. But know that Tippy and Patty are just good people to be around. And you say, well, you know, they're great astronomers, good people. Let me tell you, this man makes the best ham on the surface of the earth. So good. A couple winters ago, I went up and he taught me how to make this ham. Now my family says, you gotta make Tipster's ham. That's the request I get. I thank you, Tippy. Thank you, Patty, for being such dear, close friends all these many, many years. And as another good friend, Jack Horkheimer, would say, keep looking up. Thank you very much.
Now is the time we've all been waiting for. If you would please welcome to the podium, Tippy and Patricia Dioria. Almost all I want to say. I certainly can't talk about myself because Mike pretty well covered just about everything I've ever done in my life, including my first diaper change. First and foremost, I want to thank all of you who contributed all these years to making this stream a reality. We started off 37 years ago, Patty and I. We joined Southern Cross Astronomical Society and a finer group of people I've never been around. They helped us, they taught us our craft of astronomy from the beginning. We had people that knew what they were doing and helped us along. I remember a lot of times I've joined a lot of other clubs. I've been to boating clubs and fishing clubs and camera clubs because of my photography. And I've always noticed that you see the guy with a big mess of fish and you wonder, boy, that's a nice mess of fish. Where'd you catch those fish? He says, well, I got a secret place. I can't tell you where I got those fish because then everybody would go there and I wouldn't be able to get those fish. Or the photographer who's got this beautiful black and white Everglades photograph. You say, wow, what a beautiful photograph. Where'd you get that? Well, I can't tell you, it's a special darkroom technique. I can't tell you how to do that because then everybody would be doing it. Astronomers are different. You get in with a group of astronomers and whenever they've learned something, they can't keep their mouth shut. They've got to tell you how to do it better and smarter and cheaper. I remember Dave Braden teaching us how to make telescopes out of sewer pipes and copy lenses. I've never been around a finer group of people. The friendships that I've developed over the years are friendships that I'll never forget. I'm thanking everybody because I don't want to leave anybody out, so I'm not mentioning anybody's names. But when we first started going to Star Party, it was kind of funny that of the few people that were involved in the beginning, Patty and Don Parker and Skip Jarrett all shared the same day for a birthday. We used to celebrate our birthdays together. That day happened to be January 28th. Birthday. Oh, thank you. I'm getting too old for this shit. So, thanks for the memories and thanks for making our dreams come true. We really appreciate it. I know I do.
And I just want to tell you, this is such a lovely site, and you guys have done such a beautiful job out here. We really do appreciate it. And the Dioria Observatory is wonderful. And This is the first time I've been in front of this many people without a target on me, so I thank you.
Hey, I'm Patricia, and it's with great pride and affection that I give this. How things went down at the very board meeting 33 years ago when Tippy suggested the idea of the Winter Star Party. The board gave a resounding approval, all gung-ho. They really wanted to have the Star Party. And they only had 4 words to say, though, afterwards. And they were, Tippy, don't embarrass us. Well, I have just 4 words to say to you now. Tippy, you done good.
It was a great reunion with so many friends.
It's prize time again. Aaliyah, pick another number.
104.
104, Pat. Give him a prize.
Number 104, Carl Muccini. You've won a Celestron Power Tank Glow, plus 2 tickets to the Winter Star Party in 2022, and the gift certificate from Infinities. Enjoy your prize.
Oh man, that was some good stuff right there. We'd like to thank you guys for joining us on night 2 of the 2021 Winter Star Party Virtual Edition.
I'd like to thank our sponsors for providing us with all the great door prizes.
And please join us tomorrow night for night number 3 at 7 p.m. on the same channel. See ya.
The Southern Cross Astronomical Society of Miami, Florida is proud to present the 2021 Winter Star Party Virtual Edition, February 8th through the 11th. Because of COVID, we will not be able to get together in person this year, but we won't let that stop us from getting together online with old friends and make some new ones. There will be all new presentations about double stars, astroarchaeology, Mars exploration, and more. Enjoy classic videos from past Winter Star Parties by Tippy D'Oria, Dr. Mike Reynolds, John Dobson, and more. Then join us February 8th through the 11th from 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on www.explorescientific.com/Winter Star Party. Mark your calendar. See you there.